Good afternoon. Welcome to the August 7th, 2024 City Council meeting. Commissioner Smith, will you give us the prayer pledge and fact of the day, please, sir?
If we would, before we pray, we just take a moment of silence in honor and recognition of the family of one of our outstanding citizens in the person of John Rickerson, and also for first responders in the city of Lake County, for the officer that lost his life in the line of duty and the two that are hospitalized. Our Father God, we come once again, thankful for the many blessings bestowed upon us. Thank you for this opportunity to be servants of this great city. Our Father, as we come now, we pray for the family of John Rickerson. We pray for the family of the officer in Lake County that lost his life, and pray for the families of those that are still hospitalized. We ask them, Father, that you would just hold them in the hollow of your hand, heal them as only you can heal. Give them that peace that surpasses all understanding. And as we take up this meeting, we ask for your continued guidance, that you continue to lead us, guide us, and direct us in the way that you would have us to go. That all that we shall say and do be pleasing and acceptable in your sight. These things we ask in thy Son Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Fact of the day. On August 7th in 1782 in Newburgh, New York, General George Washington, the Commander-in-Chief in the Continental Army, creates a badge of military merit. A decoration consisting of a purple, heart-shaped piece of silk, edged with a narrow binding of silver, with the word merit stitched across the face in silver. The badge was presented to soldiers for any singular meritorious action. Washington's Purple Heart was awarded to only 3 known soldiers during the Revolutionary War, and the decoration was largely forgotten until 1927, when General Charles P. Summerall, the U.S. Army Chief of Staff, sent an unsuccessful draft bill to Congress to revive the badge of military merit. In 1931, Summerall's successor, General Douglas MacArthur, took up the cause, hoping to reinstate the medal in time for the bicentennial of George Washington's birth. On February 22nd, 1932, Washington's 200th birthday, the U.S. War Department announced the creation of the Order of the Purple Heart. In addition to aspects of Washington's original design, the new Purple Heart also displays the bust of Washington and his coat of arms. The Order of the Purple Heart, the oldest American military decoration for military merit, is awarded to members of the U.S. Armed Forces who have been killed or wounded in action against an army. It is also awarded to soldiers who have suffered maltreatment as prisoners of war. Fact of the day.
All right, Joe, employee recognitions.
All right. So we're here today for a service awards, service pins for our employees. What I'm going to do is, this was originally scheduled for July, but that was canceled. So we rescheduled it for today. So I'm going to read individuals that have attended here today, have RSVP, that have actually showed up for the ceremony. I'm going to read their bio. The other individuals, I'm going to mention them, but mention just their years of service and their department to save a little bit of time here. So I'm not sure if he showed up. Scott McAvina, is Scott here? No. So Scott and Scott McAvina Fire Department, Fire Suppression Division. He's celebrating 25 years as of July. Our next awardee is Andy Strasberg, Fire Department, Fire Emergency Medical Services Division. He's celebrating 25 years. Andy, you want to come up here? Lieutenant Strasberg was born in Fairfax, Virginia, and raised in Manassas, Virginia. He moved to Central Florida in June of 1989. On April 26, 1999, Lieutenant Strasberg became his career began his career with the City of Apopka Fire Department as a firefighter first class in suppression. He was promoted on January 13th, 2004 to firefighter engineer and promoted once again to his current position as fire lieutenant on February 24th, 2014 within the Emergency Medical Services Division. When reflecting upon his career, Lieutenant Strasberg treasures his time spent with the men and women of the Apopka Fire Department, making a difference in the lives of citizens of Apopka, talking around the kitchen table, and solving all the problems of the world. That's what you wrote, Randy, right? Andy, right? Okay. So I expect all those situations to be resolved. So Lieutenant Strasberg and his lovely bride, Norma, have been married for 28 years. They have a dog named Penny and a cat named Tori. We next honor Cody Minchie, Fire Department, Fire Emergency Medical Services Division, 10 years. Paul Stamper, Parks and Recreation Department, Grounds Athletic Complexes Division. He's celebrating 5 years. Holly Reardon. Holly, did you make it today? Holly Reardon, Police Department, Support Services Division. She's celebrating 20 years. Austin Wisecup, Police Department, Field Services Division. He's celebrating 5 years. Fernando Crespo Ruiz, Police Department, Field Services Division. He's celebrating 5 years. Fernando, are you here? All right. So I had a whisper saying he was here now. So Officer Crespo Ruiz began his career with the City of Apopka Police Department on May 20th, 2019 as a police officer within the Field Services Division. Notably, he joined the Field Training Evaluation Program on September 11th, 2022 as a field training officer, where he continues today. Next, who was going to be here, but he cannot make it today, is James Josh Robinson, Public Services Department, Sanitation Division, celebrating 10 years. Timothy Ford, Public Services Department, Sanitation Division, celebrating 10 years. And last but not least, Michael Ortiz, Public Services Department, Streets Division, 5 years. Michael, you want to come up? Michael began working for the City of Apopka on April 9th, 2019 as a Utility Service Worker 1 within the Water Maintenance Division of Public Services and was quickly promoted to Utility Service Worker 2 on December 27th, 2019. He was promoted to Construction Inspector within the Design Engineering Division on August 24th, 2020 and transferred to the Street Maintenance Division on December 19th, 2022. Michael was again promoted to Program Supervisor of Streets and Grounds on January 3rd, 2023, where he continues to serve today. Thank you. So now we're going to get a photograph with everybody, please.
All right, we have 6 set amendments. We got 3 budget workshops, 2 special city council meetings, and 1 regular city council meeting. look for a motion to approve the minutes as read, unless we need any changes.
So moved.
Got a motion by Commissioner Smith,
Second.
second by Commissioner Velasquez. All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Next up, Jacob, anything on the agenda review?
No, we don't have anything.
Okay. All right, we're gonna
Well,
go.
if I can, I mean, obviously it's been a big issue if we're talking about moving the agenda around with public comment going to the end. Not sure why that happened. It wasn't discussed. And the resolution 2016 states that basically it needs to be a decision by the city council. And the last city council meeting that this was brought up was February 15th, 2023, as well as February 1st, 2023, where both times city council approved and agreed to having the public comment at just after the presentations. So again, not sure why this was moved. It didn't seem like there was any reasonable efficiency or anything like that. It seems like it was to attack the residents. And if we spent more time actually serving the residents, then these attacks would be able to get a union contract done. We'd be able to take care of our infrastructure, maybe have a balanced budget without going into reserves.
Thank you, Commissioner Nesta. Appreciate it.
Okay, well, you can't just move the agenda around. It's at the will of the city council. It says it in the resolution. So, and it was already decided by the council that this would be moved to the front. So I'd move that it is moved again to the front of this meeting as it was originally agreed to on February 15th and February 1st of 2023.
All right. We're gonna go into.
Well, that's
fire
a motion. That's an
negotiations.
I mean,
active
We're not-
motion.
we haven't made, this is not under,
why isn't it under consideration?
this is not the part, this is agenda review.
Okay.
Correct. We're reviewing the
When-
agenda.
When the attorney gets here, we can discuss at that point. So we'll go into the fire negotiations.
The attorney's not here. I'm
Yes, he is.
I'm not
Fire
going to participate
negotiations.
in this meeting if we are here to just ignore the people we work for and disrespect them.
We're going into the fire negotiations anyway. We gotta go in there first. So that's,
There's nothing more to discuss. I don't know why you need an attorney here to.
no.
I would like to challenge.
No. Okay, so we're going into the fire negotiations, executive committee.
This is coming back
Session
up,
notice.
so
Okay, when we come back out,
Yes.
we'll discuss this. Okay.
Anybody has a red Corvette, your alarm is going off. Aha! The guilty culprit. All right. We'll call the city council meeting back to order. All right. Let's see here. We have presentations.
We're going to discuss public comment. The motion I made before we went through.
Vision Zero.
There was a
Bobby
motion
Howe.
put on the
No,
table.
there's no. You haven't been recognized. So.
Yeah, I don't have to be.
Yeah, you do.
You've applied no rules to any of your meetings. I don't have to be recognized. So when will we be doing public comment?
End of the meeting.
Nobody agreed to that except for you. The resolution states that it has to be designated by the city council. Why is that not being moved?
Mr. Shepherd. Yes, sir. He's asking about the public comment portion.
Okay, well-
I think all it says is it has to be after.
I'll read from, this is resolution 2016-16, so I'll read.
Sure.
I was actually going to bring this up during my report, not for this thing, but for decorum generally. So,
Sure.
But I'm ahead of it. This says public participation not on city issues, not on agenda, or issues for which no public hearing is required. Individuals who wish to address city council regarding issues not on the city council agenda or issues for which no public hearing is required may do so during the public comment period held following the presentations portion of the meeting or at such time as designated by city council. So following the presentations, I guess, I don't know if the presentations are about, I guess they're about to occur. So sometime after this would be public comment or at such time designated by council, which I don't know whether y'all designate any other time, but that's.
We did. There was minutes both February 1st and February 15th of last year where the city council did agree to it being right after presentations, immediately after. So city council's already spoken on that. So it can't be unilateral change.
I can only read what's here, so it's
So
how y'all want to interpret it, but after presentations could be after or could be later, depending on what y'all
The
have.
city
decided.
council, though, correct? The will of the
Correct,
city
that's
council.
what it says.
Agreed. And the city council, and it was February 15th, Commissioner Velasquez stated that she'd like to see public comments moved back to where it was on the agenda as opposed to being at the end. She also stated that she discussed with the mayor that before public comment starts, he can read his expectations of flow before it starts. Commissioner Becker stated that he gets why the change was made, but agrees with moving it back to the beginning of the meeting. Commissioner Nesta also supports public comment being at the beginning. Mayor Nelson said okay.
Okay.
Approved minutes. So that's already done. We need to stop all the shenanigans of moving this around when it was already agreed to by council. So as agreed, it should be and will be after presentations.
I
Okay.
can't do any more. I'm sorry. All I can do is what's on the paper here.
Right.
Okay.
All right. Bobby Howe.
Good afternoon. I'll be introducing Ms. Kelly Fearon from Kittleson Associates, who will be giving a presentation about Vision Zero. And a little bit of background about Vision Zero. It's Central Florida's goal for zero traffic deaths. To move towards Vision Zero, the city of Apopka is embracing a safe system approach, which seeks to minimize the serious consequences of crashes by acknowledging human vulnerability when designing and operating the transportation network. This project created a Vision Zero action safety plan in collaboration with ongoing regional efforts led by MetroPlan, and Mr. Mike Wilson is here from MetroPlan as well. So without further ado, Ms. Kelly Fearon.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and City Council. Thank you for your time today. My name is Kelly Fearon with Kittleson, and I'm here to present on Vision Zero, as Bobby explained. This project was done in partnership with city staff and MetroPlan, who funded the Vision Zero Safety Action Plan. So for my presentation, I'm just going to give a really brief overview of what is Vision Zero, an overview of the regional crashes, talk about the process that went into developing this plan, brief overview of crashes occurring within the city of Apopka, and then describe some of the projects that are coming out of the plan and end with how can we reach for zero. So for anyone not familiar with Vision Zero, it's really the goal to have zero deaths and zero serious injuries on our roadway. So how can we possibly accomplish that goal? Through the safe system approach, which has 5 elements that you can see on the circle here on the screen. Really, the safe system approach works to build layers to have protection to prevent crashes, but also if a crash does occur, we really want to focus on preventing the severity of it so that people aren't walking away with life-altering injuries. This is really a shift from the conventional approach because we're focusing on the fact that people do make mistakes and that they're vulnerable. So we want to focus on designing a system that has redundancies in place. So if something fails, there's still a layer of protection. Really, to implement the safe system approach means to look for ways to remove severe conflicts, manage vehicle speeds, manage conflicts, increase awareness, and work with our partners in law enforcement. Vision Zero has been spreading across the United States. This project was made possible because of a grant funding from Safe Streets for All that Metro Plan won. So there's been definitely an increase in communities that have been adopting Vision Zero or striving for Vision Zero, including in the region. Currently, more than 5 people are killed and 35 people are seriously injured on our roadways within the region. So that includes all 3 counties. So Metro Plans really started this initiative to have a coordinated planning effort in place with local agencies like the city. So there's a regional plan in place, the counties will have plans, and I think there's almost 50 jurisdictional plans as part of this. The action plan was developed through public outreach. So there were regional ways, online website, that people could enter any kind of concerns or comments that they had on an interactive map, as well as local pop-up events. We did a deep dive on the crash analysis to understand where there are hotspots, and then all of this has been done in lockstep with regional collaboration. So these are just some pictures and examples of some of the regional public engagement that was done, really kickstarted in December with a big event, and from there there's been different events throughout the region. Specifically in Apopka, we did 2 pop-up events, one in March and one in April, really asking people, where do you feel safe walking, biking, and driving? Where do you feel unsafe? What do you think are some of the challenges to Vision Zero, and what do you think are some of the benefits? For a brief overview of some of the crashes, the analysis that we did looked at 5 years. So between 2018 to 2022, there's about 116 in that 5-year period. Fatalities or serious injuries within the city of Apopka. One thing I did want to point out was that pedestrian and bicyclists were overrepresented. They're obviously our most vulnerable users with no car to protect you. If you get in a crash when you're walking and biking, it often can end up being deadly. So they were involved in 64% of those 116 crashes. So in our action plan, we've developed a high injury network. We broke this down between intersections and segments, but this is really where are those serious injuries and fatal crashes occurring. In the past in traffic safety, we used to look at a lot of where any crashes occurring, but the focus of Vision Zero is where are we seeing those life-altering crashes. So you can see here on the map, these are the 10 corridors, and then we identified 30 intersections. Really the criteria we're looking at is where there more than one fatal serious injury crash, or where are we seeing multiple bicycle and pedestrian crashes, because those often can become fatal or serious injuries with just a slight difference in speed. You can see that there is a high concentration of crashes along 441 and 436. So we did look at the different jurisdictions, and this is just a breakdown here of the total number of roadway miles. Within the region, 41% of deaths occurred on 2% of center lane miles. In the city of Apopka, about 2/3 of deaths occurred on only about 3% of the roadway miles. So it just really has this high injury network to help identify where can we put limited resources and hope to see the most benefit from them. In the action plan, we also have a list of projects. These were identified really by looking at the high injury network and the types of crashes that were occurring, and then linking those to what are proven safety countermeasures. So if there are a high number of left turn crashes at a signal, then kind of linking that to signal timing and phasing changes. Or if there are a high number of bicycle and pedestrian crashes at a signal, maybe that's an opportunity to implement a leading pedestrian interval, give the pedestrian a little bit more time to cross the street. This project list was developed in coordination with city staff. We did look at where there are planned projects upcoming. In a few cases, there are places that lit up on the map as had a high number of crashes, but the city has gone out and done projects in there. So we did note where there's kind of been those recent improvements, but the data specifically for crashes was 2018 to 2022. So in the plan, there's also a high-level planning cost estimate for these projects and prioritization that follows the regional approach that was developed by Metro Plan. So with all of this, really the question is, how can we actually reach for zero, knowing it's a difficult goal? And really that can be done in partnership with our regional partners and by implementing targeted safety improvements on our roadways, making policy and programmatic changes. This safety action plan is a prerequisite that would allow the city to pursue federal funding through the Safe Streets for All federal implementation grant or demonstration grant. So thank you very much for your time, for giving me this opportunity to give an overview of Vision Zero. We'll be bringing the final report and resolution back to you.
Awesome. Thank you.
Happy to answer any questions if you have them.
Any questions?
No, I just want to say thank you for the presentation. I know we partner with Best Foot Forward, and I think they really are driving or helping to push this forward as well. So I'm excited to partner with your team and them as well, getting this taken care of. Thank you.
Thank you.
So you've identified some of the areas within Apopka that have a high percentage. So I see here adoption of City of Apopka Safety Action Plan. Is that all included?
Yes.
That you found?
Yeah, all of the results are summarized in a report that we can make sure we provide a copy of to you, and then we'll be bringing that report back to you for adoption
So when
later
it says
this month.
update policies and design standards, is there a time frame
No,
for us to start implementing?
we have in the report kind of mid, short, long term, but we don't have final years, just a recommendation of certain policies. I know you all have recently updated the comprehensive plan, so we just have some recommendations to consider adopting different design guides in your standards, and we spelled them all out in the report. But
So
there's no timeline.
we still haven't sat for our comprehensive plan, updating it yet. So you're kind of advising that this should be part of our comprehensive plan?
No, this is not intended to in any way replace your comprehensive plan, just adding kind of another layer underneath it to help make future decisions for prioritizing CIP projects, reviewing design standards, taking that next step now that we've spelled out where are some areas that are really lighting up and what are some ideas of projects.
Would you share this presentation with us? Because I don't
Yeah.
have it in my iPad.
Yeah,
So
absolutely.
I guess it's when the chief administrator, if he can forward us this presentation, I'd appreciate it.
Yeah.
Thank you again for
Yeah,
this
thank you very
presentation.
much.
Yeah, that's something I'd like to probably put up on our website, Rob. So if you would be sure to get that to Kelly and put that up, that would be great. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, next up, City of Apopka flag redesign. Check. Stephen.
Hey, good afternoon, Mayor, Commissioners. My name is Stephen Cribb. I'm the Special Projects Specialist. There we go. I'm the Special Projects Specialist here with the City of Apopka, and I'm presenting to you all today an opportunity that we've put together for a flag redesign competition. So where we're going to start with that is why it matters. I know that sometimes like, okay, Stephen, like it's a flag. Is it really that important? It's kind of was my feelings when I started on this too, but I actually, I became a believer after this. So I'll get into that. Going to go over our current position, where we are with the flag, get into the competition details, how we're going to measure that success, and then I'll be able to answer the questions you all have. So jumping right into it. According to the North American Vexillological Association, yes, it's a real word and a real an association, vexillology being the scientific study of the history, symbolism, and usage of flags, or by extension and interest of flags in general. So, of course, the North American Vexillological Association is the largest organization of flag enthusiasts and scholars in the world, promoting excellence in vexillology and camaraderie. So that's who said this quote. Wanted to give you all that background before I got into it, but A well-designed city flag can foster civic pride and community cohesion. It can support the city's branding and promotion, and a simpler flag usually costs the city and its residents less, leading to its broader use. As I get into this presentation a little bit later, you'll see that the flag as we currently have it is a little bit complicated to reproduce. And I'm going to go over some methods that we'll have of making that simpler, but making it simpler for the community here in Apopka to be able to take and reuse and distribute in their businesses and wear that as a sense of pride. So our current position, our current flag is a little outdated, and I've tried to do some research so I could get you all a date on when it was adopted previously. And after talking to some historians as well as the city clerk, we haven't really been able to find anything as far as when our current flag was actually adopted. The response I keep getting is we've had it for a long time. So something we want to take a look at. It is missing an identity and culture for Apopka. Yes, it has the Apopka seal on it, but as far as when that flag is flying up on a pole, seeing what all those little things on the seal stand for, it's hard to do. You almost can't see them at all. And it's not unique either, our current flag setup. There's 3 other counties actually in the state of Florida that have the green cross with the seal in the middle. And so really wanting to put forth more of a unique design that the people of Apopka can call their own. Other reasons, Apopka is going to be celebrating 142 years here in the fall. Our 150 years are coming up. That's going to be a big celebration. And then in May, I am looking into a celebration for the City Hall building. It will be 100 years old. And how neat will it be to have a flag and a banner that the city can march under and hold up to that time it's already done. We can take great pride in that branding. So, according also to the Vexillological Association, there are 5 different principles that they recommend we follow when designing a flag. One being keep it simple, meaning that a child should be able to draw this flag from memory. Not so the case with our current flag. Using meaningful symbolism, flags, images, colors, and patterns actually mean something to the community. They represent something. Sticking with 2 to 3 basic colors, I think our current flag, which again I'll show on the screen in a minute, but there's about 6 or 7 different colors on our flag right now. And then no lettering or seals. This is because when it's waving in the wind, you can't really make them out anyway. And then again, being distinctive again, or avoid duplicating what other flags have done. So again, this is what we're looking at currently. Every single one of those rules I just laid out, our flag currently doesn't live up to those. So what do we do about it? A competition. Not only do we get a new flag out of it, but really to bolster community involvement and letting them participate in a competition where they can submit designs made by them who this community means something to, and then ultimately having that ownership where they get to vote on the flag as well. When the city of Orlando redesigned their flag back in 2017, you see some of the statistics they had there, over 1,100 submissions, 950 some of those were from Orlando itself, 23,000 social media interactions they had, 156,000 visits to their website. So it's something that was highly trafficked, sought after. And then at the end of the day, the city council in Orlando was able to vote on and approve the flag design. This is what they came up with. So the old flag being on the left side of the screen there, and then on the right being the new flag. Again, following those 5 design rules that I laid out. So let's get a little more into the competition now. Looking at a timeline, we're ready to go, and we'd really like to begin this tomorrow with putting it up on the website so that people can begin downloading the form or stopping by City Hall to get the form and begin the submission period. And that will run from the 6th of September. Is when that will start, or sorry, that's when that will end. So sorry, it will start tomorrow, run till September the 6th. The judging period will take place from September 9th through September 12th. This will be a period where the judges will take all those designs that have been submitted so far and narrow that down to about 15 to 20 so that the residents of the city can vote on them. Online voting will then start on September 13th and run through the 4th of October. We'll have a final review for the judges to do just to make sure that, again, that final selection of the flag really is meeting all those designs, and if any small tweaking needs to be done to the design. And then finally, on the 16th of October is the City Council meeting where we would love to present this flag design that Apopka has voted on for your approval as a City Council. If all that goes well, flag can be sent to the printer on the 17th of October, and by a birthday celebration in October, we should have a new flag ready to go. Guidelines for the competition being that it must be drawn, the flag has to be hand drawn and done so on a 3x5 card. The reason for that is because when you are looking at a flag on a pole, you can hold up a 3x5 card, and that's about the scale that you'll see it at from down below. So that's why the 3x5 card, and no digital art or gradient colors accepted. Again, we're wanting to stick with those basic solid colors there. Anybody wanting to participate can go to happybirthday.apopka.com/flag, and they can download the form there, or they can come to City Hall and get that form. We're allowing up to 3 submissions per individual. And then if anybody would like to remain anonymous and just submit the design, doesn't want their name out there, they're welcome to do that and just leave their name and contact information off of it. Again, all submittals will come here to City Hall, so that will be the only way to submit a flag design. Who will judge? So I didn't want to put out the names of our judges because I don't want them to start getting phone calls and pleadings when they're out in public. But I can tell you where our panel of judges is coming from. So going to be a couple of local artists that we have reached out to, representative from the Dave School, some art teachers from local schools, a couple of local TV personalities. There will be a staff member from the city of Apopka that has agreed to be on this judge panel. It's not me. And then I will also have somebody from Advent Health. How we're going to measure success. Again, one of the ways that Orlando did it as well, measuring that website traffic, social media engagement, just an overall increase in the history and pride in Apopka that's going to come from studying this symbolism, which is going to be part of the form and contest is, okay, you've put this flag design out there, these symbols that you chose to use in it, what is the background? How does that relate to Apopka? And a big way, of course, is if in October you all get a flag design that you like and approve, that will be a sign of success. And then just whether or not the community takes pride in that design by how much it's used afterwards. And do y'all have any questions?
I guess the most important thing is really marketing.
Yes.
And getting the community participation. That's, for me, is the most important right now.
Yes, absolutely. We definitely want to get the word out there, and I have been in touch with our IT department, of course, coming up with getting a landing page for things like this and being able to put out social media content for it.
We do have very talented high school artists, and probably even middle school.
Mm-hmm.
Is there any way that you can put this in those schools, our local schools?
Yes, absolutely. And as a matter of fact, Mayor Nelson and I were just out yesterday driving around to some of the schools, promoting some of the Hispanic heritage events that are happening, as well as promoting the flag design contest as well. But I can certainly get with our IT team and maybe come up with a flyer just that we can take into schools promoting the event.
Okay.
Is there a prize?
There is a prize. I am honestly, I'm not sure what it is yet.
Well, this will be interesting.
Yeah.
And you still can't find how old our flag?
I haven't been able to. The people I've reached out to, some of the historians are all still doing some digging, trying to find a date for me, but I haven't been able to land on anything yet.
Okay,
So there's a panel that kind of created this idea. Who are the members of that panel?
So the members of that panel, I don't want to leave anyone out, so I'll be happy to, after this meeting, I'll send a list of those members to the city administrator and he can get them to you.
Okay. And just a couple that you would give me was yourself, it was Mayor Nelson, Kate Manley, and Ella Duke from Propagate. Are there more than that one?
There are more than that, but like I said, I don't want to leave anyone out there are more than that, and I don't want to leave any of those names out either.
Okay, understood. And then so you're saying that it's something that connects to our brand or branding or identity. Do we have anything that you can point to say, here's our brand, here's our identity?
So currently on the form, and I apologize, I should have had this as part of the presentation, it doesn't necessarily talk to Apopka's specific brand and identity, but it does speak those same rules that I gave you, principles of design. I did put, they are on that form as well to guide people. And that's going to be one of the beautiful things about it too, is for these Apopka residents to be able to take what it is that they find about the community that's important to them and make sure that symbolism's on the flag.
Okay. And then, so you're saying to give a through F5 note card note card, how is that going to be transferred into a high quality flag?
Yes. So of course, and that is why we have a team of designers there to make sure when that gets put into the computer that is all done well. Again, I'm not as familiar with the technical pieces of it. That graphic design is not my background necessarily, but they will be able to take those designs and copy them into the computer and be able to convert that.
Okay. And then this is kind of off topic. You had said you were going around speaking about Hispanic heritage events. What events?
So the Hispanic Heritage Celebration that's taking place on the 28th of September. It's going to be from 4 to 8 in the evening. And so some of the events that we have going on there is one of the things specifically is the art contest that we have for our children. Again, we did it last year. That's for grades K through 5. And they'll be able to come up with a drawing that they can submit also here to City Hall that reminds them of their Hispanic heritage. So we were out promoting that event as well as the art contest.
What schools did you go to for that?
Oh, goodness. We, I think, went to about 13 or 14. We hit several of the elementary schools in town as well as the middle schools and high schools.
Okay. Thank you.
Of course.
Commissioner Anderson?
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephen. Okay, next up, the Jim Engel Group. Who's it? All right. Will, why don't you come down and just kind of give us the
Keep me company. Yeah, well,
the elevator pitch first before they get started, kind of how we got to this point, if you don't mind.
Good afternoon. Will Sanchez, City of Apopka Fire Department, Interim Fire Chief. This takes us back 2 years. We had a tragic death. One of our firefighters, Austin Durant, passed away here at Station 1. After that, we were seeking answers, and we went through a series of reports from the State Fire Marshal's Office, went through a report with a consulting group, Gannon Emergency Services at the time, and we had several key findings. And it was a next step approach of how do we implement all the key findings? How do we move forward? How do we evaluate as far as the recommendations that have been given to us? And in a search that went out through an RFP process, this is where we came across Mr. James Engel and his group, the JAG Group, and they've been working with us for about a year now, coming up. Over this last year, they've been reviewing all the implementations, all the changes, everything that has been submitted to them, and they're going to go a little bit further into the details of these.
Thanks, Chief.
Yes, sir.
You know, Chief just said something that, makes me want to say something again. We got to remember why globally we're all here, all of us, talking about this today. And that's because of the tragic death of Austin just over 2 years ago. So we don't want to lose sight of that. And frankly, I want to tell you a personal story. Some of you know Commissioner Anderson. I know you're new, but after that, the chief mentioned that they hired a consultant to come in. The state fire marshal came in. And the consultant they hired was the Gannon Group, and they did a very comprehensive report. And after that, an RFP went out, that you well know, to have someone implement the Gannon findings. And no one put in a proposal for it, us included. And because that's just wasn't in our wheelhouse. we don't really want to come in and take somebody else's work and, implement it. So as time would go, after no one put in, one morning I got a phone call, and I didn't answer it because I didn't recognize the number. That's the way I do it. And when I got the voicemail, it was Michael Duran, and he said, do you know me? And I follow stuff in Florida pretty close, so of course I knew who he was. And I said to my wife, Mr. Duran called. But about 2 weeks prior to that, when no one put in, there was discussion amongst you if they were going to resubmit the RFP. My wife and I were watching you on YouTube, and my wife looked over at me and said, "Are you guys going to put in for that to try to help implement those findings?" I said, "Honey, that's not really in our wheelhouse. That's not something we do." I said, "I'll be honest. The only way I'd even ever consider putting it in is if Mr. Duran called me." Well, dang, Mr. Duran called me. I'm glad he did. When I talked to Mr. Duran on the phone for whatever time it was, I sometimes, I don't have a secretary. I use my wife. And sometimes I ask her to sit and, kind of listen in and make any key notes so I can focus on the phone call. So she heard everything we spoke about, Mr. Duran. She heard everything you said, everything I said. Frame it a little bit more. We have 2 sons on the fire department in a local county. One of their names is Austin. So when he hung up with me and I turned to my wife and said, "You get some notes?" The only note she had was one thing: "You're putting in for this." And I said, "Okay." So, I just like that personal story because that's how I got here. That's why Adam's here, one of our folks. So as Chief mentioned, we've been working on this since almost coming up on a year. The first several months, we put some stuff into play, some processes. And then in December, again, other than Commissioner Anderson, we met with the mayor and the rest of you, as you recall, in December. And we've taken that since then. And about 3 months ago, we have kind of a live dashboard. I update it about every couple of weeks. That the department can look at and so forth. But back in May, we discussed and actually got some feedback from some of the members of the department that maybe folks didn't know all what was going on. Maybe the council, didn't know. So would it be a good idea to put kind of a brief summary together? And that's what we did. And after we did that, we asked Fire Department Administration, which they did over a 3-day time period last month, to take it out to all the members and kind of explain to them where we are and where we're going with this project. We could have done that, but we thought it was pretty important to have that come from Fire Department Administration. So they went to various stations with various chief officers and did that, and they gave us some good feedback from it. What they covered was this report, short. You should have one, or if not, you'll be getting one. Certainly, if you just got it and you go home and find anything you'd like to ask a question about, certainly let Chief Sanchez know or Mr. Smith, and we'll get it back to you. I'm just going to cover it kind of a high level. We broke the project up into 6 components. The 6 components is the final reporting, so we won't talk about that today. And the first component is project initiation, when we came and spoke to you all back in December. So that's pretty well completed. The meat of it is really the ones in the middle there, 2, 3, and 4, and 5. Component 2 is the analysis of the reports. We've went through the State Fire Marshal's report and, of course, the Gannon report. We do not have the NIOSH report just yet, but we're not anticipating it being, anything that's really far off of what the other 2 have determined. And what we do is we take a look at the various key findings, and there's a total of about 317 between the 2 reports. And working with Chief Maynard and some staff here, we have kind of a tracking form, and we'll ask for backup to, if you say you purchased ABC, we ask to see the purchase order and so forth. And so that's been going along well, not maybe as fast as we would like, but nevertheless, we're knocking them off. I think right now we have about 69 approved. There's about 11 or 12 that deal with leadership and conflict resolution and some things like that we've asked the chief to include in his next year's budget. It's my understanding that money is in there to bring in person who happens to be in the fire service, but he also does a lot of private corporation conflict resolution leadership stuff, and deliver that over 3 days to all of your leadership positions, which are any of your officers and then also your labor leadership. So we're looking forward to that. Please, when you approve the budget, please have that in there. We brought that up in about May, so fortunately it was able to maybe make the budget. And we continue to track them. So that's component number 2. Number 3 was we were charged with developing a governance policy and also putting together a SOG, although it's now Standard Operating Policy Committee. And Bill Lombardo, one of our team members, worked hard on that with Chief Howe. They've done great work, and that committee continues to do great work, basically looking at all your operational procedures and making sure they're up to date, they're applicable, they're based on best practices, they comply with any possible standards or laws. And we check with them about every 4 to 6 weeks, kind of see where they're at, how many are done. And then if they need any assistance, there's been a couple of cases where we've helped them with some language and some examples. Kind of related to that is I've been working with Chief Maynard on a risk management plan, which is one gap that we found in your standard operating policies. And that work continues on. Chief's done a good job putting a draft together, and we're going to work on that with him. Component number 4 in your report doesn't look like we've done anything, and at the time we wrote this, that is accurate. That's your strategic plan. However, since then, we've put the members of the strategic plan steering committee together. We like to use a committee to kind of help guide the process because they know the local department better than we would. It will be a strategic plan that has both internal and external feedback from a multitude of different people. And the committee will help identify those stakeholders. And you will obviously be one of those groups. And then, so that's going well. There seems to be a lot of excitement in the organization regarding that. And that will be moving forward pretty quickly. We're putting our first meeting together with the steering committee now. And again, the last couple, 5 is development of reports. And what you'll see from that is, again, based on the scope of work, is a report on the key findings and an organizational structure and succession plan, as well as, of course, the strategic plan. And then as we go, we try to keep we did make a component of keeping you updated on processes. We had the opportunity just a couple of days into Mr. Smith's tenure to come over and meet with him. We gave him this progress report, but also, just opened up the communication, and we've been in touch with Chief Sanchez several times since he's been appointed to interim fire chief. We speak to Alex, the union president, on occasion. Again, we're trying to keep everybody in the communication loop. Quite frankly, I think for a couple months we got a little outside the loop there. We forgot, we assumed that maybe information was getting out that wasn't. So we've addressed that, and that's one of the reasons we're here today. I wanted to keep it high level, respectful of your time, so I'd be happy to answer any and all questions.
Commissioner Nessie, you want to start us out?
Sure. Thank you for taking the time to do this. Obviously, I'm all about transparency and taking the time to update not only our fire department, but also the public as well. So I appreciate your time on that. There was a couple comments you made and just questions of how we kind of can support you guys better. You said things aren't happening as fast as we prefer. What can we do to, I guess, streamline that and get to where your expectations are met?
I don't think it's anything you can do. It's just been our processes that we've built. Sometimes we get 1, 2, or 3 done, and I'd rather get 6, 7, or 8 done. Part of it is there might be a key finding that says you've done something, and we reach out and say, show me where the purchase order and so forth. And maybe that's not readily available, or maybe there isn't one, and maybe you take a picture. So it's really little things like that. We're certainly happy with the response from the fire department. That's no problem there. A lot of it is us and our systems. Actually, we're going to actually make a recommendation to maybe streamline that a little bit. I know from talking to Chief Sanchez or maybe it was Chief Howe that the SOP committee, Standard Operating Policy Committee, they're going to tweak their process a little bit to get more out, because really they're looking this first time around at every operational procedure policy that you have. Once we've done that, then they're on a 3-year rotation, so it won't be as bad, but it's getting through that first chunk. And frankly, they've done a great job. Again, as the writing of this report, I forget the number, but they really just organized in January, and this was really from May. So they've done a great job moving these standard operating policies forward.
Excellent. Then you referenced a budgeted item you were hoping was on the budget. Can you tell me what that was again?
Yeah, I guess it might be in the training. We can ask Chief Sanchez. It was money to bring in a leadership trainer / consultant who specializes in like conflict resolution, trust, leadership. We put that as an option in our original proposal because just reading through the reports, clearly that was a key issue. So unfortunately, just as timing would go, you were at the end of your budget when we wanted to bring it in. So we get that, but we certainly would like to look at maybe October, November. The sooner the better to bring them in.
Chief Sanchez, do you know if we budgeted that or not? We did. Excellent. Thank you. Last question here, and again, I appreciate your time. The steering committee, do you know who the members are on that?
The members, Chief Sanchez, Captain Klepper, Justin. Yeah. Put your yeah. Let me say this. I don't know everybody's name. It's funny though. I'm just going through it because I asked them their availability for next week. We have 2 members of the local, 2 members of admin, a couple of different ranks in the fire department. We make sure that all that strategic planning stuff has representation from the various levels of the organization. Yeah.
Excellent.
Even though I don't know their name yet, I will after we have our first call.
I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Yes, sir.
Hey, Mr. Smith.
And do you have a timeline as to how you're going to gauge when you get to a percentage level that you're showing progress?
I think we're definitely showing progress now. Remember, there's a couple different components. The standard operating policy group, they're well down the road. They tap into us infrequently. They're doing good work. On the flip side, strategic planning is just starting. So, we'll probably be. Adam and I were actually just talking about this at lunch. We'll probably look at the 2.5 day planning retreat probably early November or something, because it takes time to reach out to the community for feedback, meet with all of you, meet with other stakeholders. Internally, we do an online anonymous survey. So just to get that and then put all that together, and then we'll get something on the schedule. But it'll be a couple of months.
All right. And I did hear you say that everybody's been cooperative in getting you the material that you need
Yes.
in order to do your report.
Yes.
So that's good to hear.
Yes. Yes.
All right. Thank you.
I want to say something about the timeline in case I didn't. I mentioned we started about a year ago, or Chief did. And yes, we signed the contract last September, so that'll be coming to an end. But understand, we want, certainly would be our position that we would just extend, but that doesn't change the budget or anything. We only bill on deliverables. So even though it might take us a little longer to get some, that doesn't change the cost of the project. But we probably, for the legal folks, probably want to do an addendum to say, through March or whatever we might think that looks like.
All right. Thank you.
Commissioner Vasquez?
First, I want to thank you. Just telling the story of why you even decided to take this on. Thank you for doing that. This has been very important, not just to the fire department, but to us up here and to the community, because you are correct. For the last 2 years, it's been a challenge. There's been a lot of dissension, division, a lot of trust has been lost, and certainly a lot of trust within the leadership and the morale in the fire department. So since your involvement, which is very important, have you seen the morale change within the ranks?
I think that when the ranks have been made aware of the progress we're making, I think that's probably affected them to a good way. I think, and again, it was sort of our fault that we thought maybe updates were getting out, maybe they weren't quite as well. Lately, once they've got that, because they delivered it over the 3 days, some of the feedback I got is that we're heading in the right direction.
So I think that's important. I think that that we get the messaging to the firefighters, not
Yes.
just their managerial,
Yes, I
but that
agree.
we are engaging just with the firefighters, because we do have a lot of firefighters who came in and who have been hired after Austin's death. And it's important that the new firefighters understand that these changes are to benefit the training, and it's important, the training. And at the same time, is to honor Austin Durant.
Agree.
And, his parents have done so much.
And we won't lose sight of that importance. Like we said, we thought it was important to give the information to leadership because we thought it was important for them to deliver the message. But certainly we'll make sure that they have a little more, summarized report a little more often. Someone said to me, it really hit home when someone said to me through somebody else, "Are those guys still in town even?" So we knew that, the message wasn't getting delivered, but I think that'll be good going forward.
Well, that's it for me right now.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Commissioner Anderson?
Thank you again for the report. Just a quick question in regards to the live dashboard. How do I access that?
The fire department has a link. I'll make sure Chief Sanchez has it. Maybe he could forward it to you. It's just, it's nothing wild. Just really an Excel spreadsheet that kind of just walks through very high level. And a lot of the percentages are more for us because it's a percentage of a task versus a percentage of a project. So, right now you might read we're 30% through. Well, that's because a lot of the strategic planning stuff hasn't even been started. But be happy to share it with you. And about every 2 weeks I update it. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Well, I just want thank you. It's one of the things I would like you, just for the people who maybe weren't here a year ago, the impressive part of your group is how many of you are former either assistant fire chiefs or fire chiefs. Is it 4 or 5 of your teams?
Well, really, all of our team was
Right.
either chiefs or, in Adam's case, a deputy chief. So in the high ranks, yeah.
Which is how many?
For this I have 6, 8,
Okay.
9 of them, but
Okay.
for this project specifically, we went right at about 5, 4 of which are retired fire chiefs,
Yeah.
and Adam, and then there's and 1 active chief. They're not all retired. So that's good.
Awesome. Well, thank you. Thank
Thank you,
for
Mayor.
coming out.
And
Appreciate it.
again, for those of you that we saw in December, it's nice to see you again, and we look forward to seeing you more often. Thank you.
All right. Next up, Joe. This is going to be just very, very quick.
Hi, everybody, Joe Patton, Director of Human Resources. So real quick, I was requested to give you a little summary about where we are in pay increases and how they actually happen. So with this first slide, you can see that the police, October 1st, 2023, they received a market increase at that period of time, which equaled 1.2 million. Then we added 11 new police officers. After that, 15 new firefighters. I think everybody remembers that era in that part. And then we did a salary study, which included administration, all staff, with the exception of fire because they were under negotiations at that time. So with that in mind, those are the numbers that we received for that period. And then there's a lot of questions about, does everybody receive an increase every year? And I've seen, information come across saying, well, no, not everybody gets it, but they do in the form of merit increases. So merit increases within the organization come up between 0 to 6% increase. So you can see the increases in these years. Now, keep in mind that 23, 24 year, the year we're currently in, those have not completed yet because we still have merit increases which fall on an individual's anniversary date for the position. So once they start, they get an anniversary date. Then if they get promoted, that anniversary date changes to that promotion date. So that will give them a new anniversary date. So upon their anniversary date, they get an evaluation. That evaluation translate into a merit increase. And these are the average of the merit increases for those departments. Now, mind you, in administration, I combined parks, finance, mayor's office, city administrator, HR, all those organizations that are up here with the exception of parks. Fire, police, and then public services.
I think one of the things I guess been a little bit of misinformation is that the fire have not been getting any raises, and they've been like this. Matter of fact, they've been the highest of all of our departments as far as raises.
But they have salaries that are below market, correct?
I didn't ask that. I didn't tell you. That's not what I will.
We're not giving all the information then.
This just concerns merit increases.
Yeah,
I understand it's a very specific narrative that doesn't show the whole story.
Right.
Okay. Thank you, Joe.
Right.
Any other questions for Joe on this? Okay. Thank you. All right. Consent agenda. We've got 6 items on
Mayor,
the consent
you
agenda.
are out of order when the city council has
I didn't
already
recognize you.
Yeah, you don't need to recognize me. You are out of order. Point of order here that you need to, Vice Mayor, do you have any
We
opinions
are
on this?
doing, well, the attorney already said that after presentations, we can have the public comment. If I'm sorry, can you repeat that again? Because it says
All I can do
that's
is
section 4 public comment period.
sure. I can. All I can do is read it, and I do have some minutes here, but they're not dispositive. I'll tell you what it says. It says that that the public comment comes after the presentation portions of the meeting or at such time as designated by city council. It doesn't say when after presentation. So we are clearly after presentations now. So it could be now or sometime later, but it says or at such time as designated by council. I found that I have 2 sets of minutes here where this has happened before. The first is February 1, 2023, which is before I was here. And the second was February 15th, 2023. That's the one that, at least in terms of what I have, is the most instructive, but it doesn't say there was a motion. Here's what it says. This was in the city council reports. Commissioner Velasquez stated that she'd like to see public comment to be moved back to where it was on the agenda, as opposed to being at the end. She also stated that she discussed with the mayor that before city public comment starts, he can read his expectations to flow before it starts. Commissioner Becker stated that he gets why the changes were made, but he agrees that with moving it back to the beginning of the meeting, Commissioner Nesta also supports public comment being at the beginning. Mayor said, okay. That's all it says. So I don't know if it was a motion. I don't know what happened after this. And that's all I have. So this is after presentations. That I can tell you. But when it's supposed to be beyond that, what I just read, I don't know.
Okay, so if this is where we normally have our public comment after presentations? Or is it after the consent agenda?
It's generally after the presentations.
It's when, okay, so let's bring back the public comment. And then at another time, which we have discussed, I did discuss this yesterday with our chief administrator because I had the agenda review. And I did tell him, I did say there has been a backlash. It's something that the public is very adamant about of being heard, but we discussed that at some point maybe a council be to sit down as a workshop to discuss public comment rather than it being just the chair deciding when the public comment should be on the agenda. We have done it consistently after presentations. Let's keep it at that until we as a commission, every one of us, and that includes Commissioner Nestor, Commissioner Smith, our chair, the mayor, Nelson, myself as the vice mayor, and our commissioner, Commissioner Anderson, that we decide as a whole where our public comment, how we should address our public
At
comment.
least according to the resolution.
Yeah.
It's a movable issue. Somebody makes a motion, it gets decided. And again, the minutes I have say there was a discussion, the mayor said, okay,
It was
that's all I
discussed.
know.
Well, I'll go back to the motion I made. I motion that we do public comment right now after presentations.
Okay. Well,
Well, let me, before we go in, let me just to give everybody a little context here. So public comments for other city municipalities. Out of the 8 cities, Ocoee is the only one that has public comment at the beginning of the agenda. The following 7 cities have public comment at the end of the agenda. Altamont Springs, Castleberry, Edgewood, Maitland, Sanford, Winter Garden, Winter Park. And what's kind of brought me to this place where we're in now is there was an article in, what paper was this? Anyway, this is the headline. Clearwater Council suspends open public comment to quell YouTube circus at Tampa Bay Times. I'm not sure what the date is, but it's in the last month or so. So be happy to pass this.
no, I have that. I did. I actually do keep up with other city council, other city regarding their public comment. We're not the only ones that have our public comment.
Correct. Orange
as
County
is.
does it the same way.
But I will say, because I did respond to that, is that there was a time earlier in the, not in under your administration, the previous administration, where we did try to streamline the public comment to 3 minutes, and we were trying to move the public comment. And we had, at that time, we had a lot of pushback. And Mayor, if I'm not mistaken, I do remember, because I do remember that you were the county commissioner at that time, and you sat in our audience during that administration. And part of that was you supported to keep the public comment where it was at, and also to keep it at 4 minutes. And I mean, I have a lot of that documentation from the previous administration. So if there's any changes that are going to be made, it should not be made on a Friday, and then shouldn't be made on a Friday, and then we come in and there's a change. I believe, out of respect for our public and out of respect for each of us, that we should have a discussion.
Well, it's not out
about
of
that.
respect. It's resolution. I mean, this is
Yeah,
this
and
is our
it's
proper
already-
procedures.
It's already part of the
It's not-
resolution
it's
that
not-
we have, the active resolution.
This is not in the resolution. It doesn't say.
Yes, it.
It's in there. It's in here where it says public comment period held following the presentations portion of the meeting or at such time as designated by the city council. It does not say the chair.
And it's irrelevant. I've already made the motion, so recognize the motion.
But out of respect for the public and respect for each of us, I think it was just to make a clarification. So at this time, it is at the presentation. Let's bring public comment. So at the same time, before we do bring it up, I will refer to the mayor if he wishes to at least present to the audience and present those that are in our chamber what
Well,
you
it's
expect.
already on the agenda as the last item.
Okay, no, it's here, call to order. It's at the start of each meeting, the mayor may, in the mayor's discretion, make any of the following announcements when the mayor calls the meeting to order. You can actually read that, or you can, from the resolution, announcements, okay, at the commencement of the meeting. So, if you.
Just for clarification, as I understand it, there's a motion. I don't know that it has a second. If it dies for lack of second, then continue. But right now, I'm not sure where we are procedurally, because I know that I heard Commissioner Nesta make a
If he
motion.
made a motion, I will second that, but I believe that because we have a resolution that states that as a city council, we can.
Right, and that's what
Conduct
the
the
motion
public-
is about.
Right.
I assume that's what the motion is about.
It is.
So I just and be happy to vote on this that's what you want to do. I'm going to read you something. Michelle Boylan, our Economic Development Director, who can't be there today, got an issue she had to take care of.
I'm not going to take that. I'm not going to accept that statement from Michelle unless she is here and she reads it herself.
So let's vote.
I'm not going to do that.
Well,
Let's tell our audience what our expectations are for them at
Show them
public
who we
comment.
serve.
With Michelle Boylan is our economic director. She's not here. We have months ago, if not over a year ago, we have determined that we would not read any comments that were made if the person was not present at the chamber. I remember we did that when we had others sending us emails to read out loud. So I want to be consistent with that. It's not that I discard her. I just feel that we had made that decision over a year ago. So,
Jacob, you
Chair, if you want, you can.
There's a
Yes.
vote and there's a motion. There's
And attorney, I want to ask, since this agenda has already been published with the comments at the end, where do we stand legally in reference to the resolution and the agenda that was published?
Well, this is one where I hate the legal answer because it will make people hiss and boo. You don't even have to have an agenda, legally speaking. So what really matters is what is your procedures and what are you going to follow? And based on the resolution that you have before you, council can decide where a comment goes. It's after presentations. It doesn't say exactly when, or wherever the council wants it to be. There's a motion, I presume. I'm not sure. If I stated it wrong, it's because I didn't get it all. But I think Mr. Nesta is motioning to have it start right now, which is after presentations. There's a second, and I guess we're in some sort of a discussion here. If it fails, there's no motion on the floor until another one is made. And otherwise, you have a published agenda. You can follow that. But that's the best I can do with what I have today.
I would say let's just follow what we already have.
we need to vote.
Established.
Just vote. It's already been.
Well, I'm going to just paraphrase things so I can say this. That anyway, Michelle Boylan went to a conference, economic development conference, and one of the things that they brought up was that
Please be respectful. Thank
So
you.
anyway, that she's on a panel for people that they call them site selectors, that one of the things they look at is they go to social media and see what's going on in the city that they're thinking about investing millions and millions and millions of dollars in. When they see things that are very controversial over, issues, and that is that a city they really want to be a part of. And so her thought was, putting at the end, it's still we're given plenty of access to the people here at the dais, and yet we're not bogging down people that are trying to do business here in the city of Apopka. And so, her thought was we ought to look at putting it at the end. So
you want to hide our aging infrastructure. You want to hide our inability to sign a union contract. You want a golden gem pond knot. You want to hide all that from people moving into their swindle.
they're going to have plenty of time. They got the same 4 minutes.
Okay.
And again,
And-
the business we're doing is of the people exclusively and to their benefit.
And as the city administrator, I don't have an issue with when the public comment is. It's how public comment is conducted. We do have here in the same resolution these standards for decorum. They're not observed. And it's having an impact on my employees as well as some of the people that come here from the public. They don't want to be subjected to this. These people are non-confrontational, so they're not going to tell you who they are. They're not going to stand up. They're not going to say these things. And there's a reason why we have these standards for decorum. So I'm talking about citizens. I'm talking about citizens that have approached me that would rather be anonymous because they avoid confrontation. They will not come to this meeting because of the way it's conducted. That's my issue. It's not the timing. It's the standards for decorum that are spelled out here in this resolution, which for me is just common sense if you're going to have a civil engagement here, a public engagement between a professional council and mayor and respectable citizens. So that's my
Who is supposed to enforce this? The rules and the provisions that are in here.
It does say that it is the mayor. That's the right.
Correct. So it's not being enforced
the
because of
rights.
one person. So there is a motion. There's a second.
I got it. I'm the chair. We have a motion by Commissioner Nesta. We have a second by Commissioner Velasquez that we put the public comment to just, which is
After the
after
presentation.
the presentations. A motion is second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Oh, I made the second, so I.
Okay, so we have a motion second, and all those opposed? Aye.
I agree, leave it where it is, according to the agenda.
Say that again? I'm
Leave it
sorry,
where it is,
Commissioner.
according to the agenda that was published.
Ms. Anderson?
Okay. All right, thank you. All right, next up, we have consent agenda, 6 consent agenda items. Anybody need to have any of those pulled?
Okay.
If not, look for a motion to approve.
So move.
Got a motion by Commissioner Smith, second by Commissioner Anderson. All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Next up, Crossroads at Kelly Park, Phase 1, 2, 1, 3, and 2 plat.
Good afternoon, Jean Sanchez with the Community Development Department.
All right,
This is a request to recommend approval of the Crossroads at Kelly Park Phases 1-2, 1-3, and 2 plat. The subject property is located at 4510 Ondich Road on the southeast corner of Round Lake and Ondich Road, approximately 150 acres. The applicant has submitted the plat to create stormwater tracks, roads, and other infrastructure to support the Crossroads at Kelly Park development. It's consistent with the Crossroads Kelly Park phases approved by City Council infrastructure plan as well, and approved by the Development Review Committee on September 6, 2023. The DRC recommends approval. The recommended motion is to recommend approval of the Crossroads at Kelly Park phases 1-2, 1-3, and 2 plat. Staff and applicant are available for questions.
any questions for Jean? All right, anybody from the public wish to speak on this one?
Albert McKimmey, 3603 Golden Gem Road. I have concerns of any changes that are going to be made in that vicinity because we still have not established a question I asked the other week about the pioneering agreement and which roads are in fact represented in the pioneering agreement. At the last meeting, we agreed to change the 15 million, which was supposed to be put into the city escrow account on the 1st of August, was delayed till January. A little bit concerning the fact that a week after the budget, when we're speaking about putting $15 million into escrow, a week later, you guys voted. Weren't you aware that we were going to bring that up a week later? So in the meantime, any work that's going to be done there, any changes, we should first of all understand what's going on in the pioneering agreement. We had our Public Works Director, Deodat Buddha, at a meeting say that he was completely bereaved of any insight into what was happening. If your Public Works Director doesn't understand what's happening to these roads, why are we voting on what we should be doing to make changes?
Anybody else from the public wish to speak on this one? Not, we'll close the public hearing. Look for a motion to approve the plat for the Crossroads at Kelly Park phases 1-2, 1-3, and 2.
So moved.
Got a motion by Commissioner Velasquez, second by Commissioner Smith. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Next up, we have 1700 West Keene Road, major development plan. Bobby.
Good afternoon, Bobby Howell, Planning Manager. Applicant is requesting approval of a major development plan for 13 buildings totaling 61,928 square feet in area. This comprised of retail, commercial, office, and medical uses located on the southeast corner of Keene and Apopka roads. Property is 18.8 acres in size. Approximately 7.99 are wetlands and Lake Carter. The buffer, there is an upland buffer with a 15-foot minimum and 25-foot average provided adjacent to the wetland system in compliance with the comprehensive plan. Site will be accessed via 2 access points on Apopka Road. 30-foot right-of-way dedication is reserved along the portion of property abutting Apopka Road for future road widening of that road. A total of 350 parking spaces are provided on site, 12 of which are accessible. Stormwater is proposed to be discharged into a pond located on the southern portion of the site. And the Development Review Committee recommends approval, but before I get into that, these are the architectural elevations that have been provided by the developer. As I mentioned, Development Review Committee recommends approval, the Planning Commission unanimously recommends approval, and the recommended motion this afternoon is approval. If you have any questions, myself and the applicant are here.
Any questions for Bobby? Anybody from the public wish to speak on this one? Not, we'll close the public hearing. Look for a motion to approve the major development plan for 1700 West Keene Road.
So moved.
Got a motion by Commissioner Velasquez. Second by Commissioner Anderson. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Next up, third amendment to the development agreement, Kelly Park property.
This one is the subdivision.
Mayor, this item is for the Ridge Parcel 2 sub-facing construction site plan.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes. Yep.
And so at the July 17th, 2024 City Council meeting, the item was tabled at a date certain of today. And so staff and applicant are requesting that this is removed from table via motion. And so we can discuss it. So I think you have to make a motion. Is that
Oh,
correct?
so we have to make a motion to, because we did table it.
Yes.
Correct. So I make a motion to untable.
Second.
Got a motion by Commissioner Velasquez, second by Commissioner Smith. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. All right. Jean?
Sure. So since that meeting, that second meeting in July, developer and staff collaborated to keep the project as a single phase. The city engineer, upon approval of the site, will issue one certificate of acceptance based on the current development order. And so therefore, the applicant is seeking to withdraw their request and operate under their current active development order.
Okay. All right. Any questions for Jean? Anybody from the public wish to speak on this one? Not, close the public hearing. Look for a motion to approve the construction site plan for the Ridge Parcel 2 subphasing.
We're seeking to withdraw, just, I guess, approve the withdrawal is the motion.
That we, we withdrew the motion.
The
to
applicant.
table.
Correct. The applicant's withdrawing their request at all.
Oh, yeah, so we're not approving a sub.
No.
They made, my understanding yesterday at the agenda review was that,
We've worked out our
you
differences.
worked out an
Yes.
agreement, so this
so we-
is not
don't
being
even really
approved
need to-
Or
but if
denied.
we tabled it, doesn't it still get an approval, but not as a sub? Not as a sub phasing.
Well, the phasing's already in place, so we don't have to do subphasing. So it's already set to go without any, if we don't do anything,
Correct.
right?
The current approval under
Is-
the major development
right.
is that it's already phased.
Okay.
Right.
So they'll stick with what was phased before and not this sub-phasing.
Okay.
I'm not sure what the motion is because they're withdrawing the application.
For the
essentially,
sub-phasing.
On the sub-phasing.
And that leaves in place what was already in place.
Yes.
Yes.
That's the motion.
There you go.
Okay.
So we got a motion to approve the construction site plan for Ridge Parcel 2.
No.
Yeah, because we're not subphasing it. Okay, is that right?
I think we need
Good
a
afternoon,
motion
Mr.
just
Mayor,
to
fellow
allow
fellow
them to
council members.
withdraw.
Yeah, just to clarify succinctly. So I'm Jimmy Hoffman with VHB with Design Consultants. We already have an approved CSP some
Yes.
time ago that had the phasing that's done.
Yes.
It's already active under construction. We're halfway done with all phase 1A, 1B, 1C is COA'd. Phase 2 is what we're working on. So with this withdrawal, in my view, there is no approval of anything needed
Anything, just
because
let
we're
it go.
reverting back to what's already been approved. So the motion would be to accept the withdrawal if a motion is required at all. But essentially, our business here is concluded. We will continue building our project as approved.
Okay.
And the only reason for a motion is so they know and everybody else knows that what's going forward was what was already approved.
Okay.
And that just puts it on the record so everybody knows
Sure.
that they didn't build something they weren't supposed to or did it a different way than they were supposed to.
So I move that this item of business be withdrawn.
Okay, got a motion by Commissioner Smith. Second by Commissioner Anderson. All those in favor? Aye.
All right.
All opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Next up, third amendment to the development agreement, Kelly Park property. Richard.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Commissioners, Richard Earp, your city engineer. So this is the request to authorize the city administrator to sign amendment number 3 to the development agreement for the Kelly Park property. But I'm glad I got the opportunity to speak with all of you prior to the meeting and answer questions. I think we can be most efficient here if the developer presents the reasons why they would like to have this amendment number 3, and then I can be available for questions. We also have representing the city, Josh Reichert, who in this capacity is the city's traffic engineer, representing the city. So if you have questions for us after the developer, I'll be happy to come back if that's all right.
Come on up. Okay. Name and address for the record, please, sir.
Seth Bennett, Galvin Land Services, 930 Fern Avenue, Orlando, Florida, 32814. Mayor, Commissioners, we appreciate your time this week meeting with each of you. Just to not regurgitate everything, I did meet with you. This amendment essentially allows us to build the ultimate 4-lane configuration in front of our project. Our original DA was done before the pioneering agreement. So as I said, this kind of aligns the goals of our development agreement with the pioneering agreement and allows us to move forward and construct that ultimate intersection. I'm happy to answer any questions, further questions you have on the amendment. If not, I'll turn it over to Richard.
Any questions for the applicant?
No, he went into detail when he sat with each of us individually at our agenda reviews and pretty much told us what the amendment was and why it was being done.
All right. Any questions? All right. Anybody from the public?
Albert McKimmey, 3603 Gold Jeb Road. I can't argue for or against what this gentleman says. I don't know if it's good, bad, or indifferent, because nobody's had the decency to inform us of what it really we're talking about.
Anybody else from the public wish to speak? All right, now we'll close the public hearing. Look for a motion to approve the third amendment to the development agreement for the Kelly Park property.
Only one question. With the third amendment, will that be, where's Richard? Oh. Will that be available for public records?
Yes, ma'am. It's on your agenda package right now. It was on the website. I downloaded specific pages from it to have what I have with me.
Okay. Good.
Council?
Yes.
But before y'all vote on this third amendment, I want to make sure I say this only because it was brought to my attention that you may not have had this in your briefing. The label for GEN, the GEN, Jen, part of this, they're a builder, not a developer. So at least I've been presented, I don't know whether you have, a red line version in which GEN is relabeled from developer to builder because it doesn't have developer obligations. It just builds the project. If you didn't know that, you now do, if that changes anything.
Any questions? Okay. All right. We're looking for a motion to approve the third amendment to the development agreement for the Kelly Park property.
So moved.
Got a motion by Commissioner Smith. Second by Commissioner Anderson. All those in favor? Aye. All opposed, motion carries unanimously. Next up, Bradley.
8, 7.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Commissioners. Radley Williams, Parks and Recreation Director. Excuse me. I'm here this afternoon to seek authorization to prepay some required deposits for the entertainers for the Apopka Proud concert on October 5th. Due to the concert falling into the new fiscal year, we need authorization to pay these prepaid deposits as they are part of the FY25 tentative budget. Additional information was provided in the staff report regarding the FY25 event, along with FY 2019 historical data. Some of that's up on the screen as well. The prepaid amounts are $20,000 for John Anderson and $20,000 for Sawyer Brown, and I'm available for any questions.
So we spoke about this earlier Monday in regards to my concern with not having the diversity of the Saturday night sounds and not being a true representation of the demographics of Apopka. Normally, it's usually rock or we kind of talked about that. So I just want to make sure that we're able to service the Latin community, the Christian community, the R&B. There's different type of you can hear me now. So that has definitely been some of the concerns, some of the residents. They feel like it's just have been catered to one group of people.
Correct, and we can for the Saturday Sound concert series, which is separate from this Apopka Proud event. This is an annual event that was started in 2019. For Saturday Night Sounds, we have not finalized the entertainment for 2024, 2025.
But even in Apopka Proud, it still doesn't represent the diversity of Apopka.
Understood, and we can certainly look for that to improve on that as we move forward.
And I'll just kind of the background. They both graduate from Apopka High School.
I understand that.
Okay, and we get some. That was just brought to us back in 19. But yeah, we're happy to entertain anybody that Dargan Watts is our talent coordinator, whatever. What's
Birchmore Group is our contracted provider, and he can help us recruit a wide variety of talent through different genres. So we can certainly provide him some additional information to check more of those genre boxes.
And if you've got specific bands that you think would,
I'd say we kind of open up to the public to kind of decide what it is that they would like to see as well. So
sure,
we can kind of get a mixture of different genres of
we can do some outreach on that. We do have a new amphitheater, Apopka Amphitheater social media page that's launched, and we have a new website coming up. So we can certainly look at ways to explore to improve that outreach to the community. I know Commissioner Velasquez has sent quite a few artists our way to look at.
I sent over 4 emails because my concern is, you have here 2024 entertainment prepaids requested. Actually, you're paying $40,000 for each of the.
Correct. This is just the
John
prepaid
Anderson
amount
and
deposit.
Mr. Sawyer Brown. And of course the expenses was my concern, and also was that I just felt, and I'll express that again, is that it was at the budget workshop, the first one, where I found that line item of 200,000, and I felt, why wasn't that brought earlier to the commission to even discuss that was a planned concert, Apopka Pride, and what the expense was going to be. Because when we have Saturday Sounds and we have the Philharmonic, that's brought to us way in advance. And the Philharmonic is $30,000 each performance when they come, which is the Christmas and the spring. And that's, about 50 musicians, right? And that's 30,000 for one show. And then the Saturday Sounds, which starts in October and ends in May, and every weekend, well, it's twice a month that we have live musical bands there. What's the total for that? Like 130,000?
It's around there. I'd have to look at the budget, but yeah.
And so all of a sudden, I see this $200,000 expense, and I just felt it should have been brought to us beforehand. but I realize some contracts have been signed already. Um, so pretty much, I mean, I don't even know if voting on it makes a difference because we pretty much are committed to it. My concern was marketing this very expensive concert and making any revenue from it to break even because we're already August 8th. This thing is October 5th. So
Correct.
how much time do you really have to market? The I saw how you have for sponsorships, the tables. I just don't feel that we're going to kind of meet that expectation in such a short time.
Right. And this was a relaunch of that 2019 annual event. 2020's event got canceled due to COVID, from my understanding. So to bring it back again for 2024, falling in that fiscal year, right into that fiscal year, did and does present some challenges, which is why I'm here tonight to receive authorization to pay those prepaid deposits. Our staff in the Parks and Rec Department is ready to launch this and get it to the finish line and provide a high quality product with our partner Birchmore. So we're ready to do that.
Contracts have been signed, so I don't have a problem if it had been brought much earlier to us. I just feel having it on the budget as a line item, I don't know, we're kind of in a dilemma. And remember, I told you that yesterday. I said,
And
here's
what
the production services. You have, this is your Popka Proud concert budget, 200,000.
correct?
Sawyer Brown, band, 40,000. John Anderson, 40,000. Dallas Tyler, she I guess is the opening for the band, $1,800. You have the production services, $65,800. Birchmore Group, $45,800. Equipment, rentals, tables, chairs, golf carts, portalets, $20,000. Event services, you have parking and barricades. I'm sorry, event services, you have 26,000? Or is that adding up parking, barricades, security?
Yeah, I had on the staff report, I'd put those into the general
Put that in
categories
the
for you.
general?
Yeah,
Okay.
so
So
it was
parking,
81,800, 93,800 for production, 14,400 for event
okay,
services, and
so
10,000.
productions is, I'm sorry, so you actually were putting the total on top
Right.
and then
Yes.
breaking it down.
So
So, okay, so Birchmore is 45,800 and the equipment rentals is 20,000, adding up to $65,800. Then you have the parking back barricades, 13,000. You have security, 10,000. Box office and ticketing, 3,000. And then marketing, you have, which is ads and social media, billboards, etc., 10,000. Promotional items, T-shirts, you have 5,000. This all adds up to $200,000.
right.
And that's a big ticketed item. I just felt, and I expressed it in my 4 emails.
Yes.
And of course, yesterday at the agenda review was that it should have been brought sooner, but I feel like the contracts are there. We've made a commitment. It's kind of late in the game to do otherwise.
If you would like, Commissioner, we can have completion of this event. Again, October event for the fiscal year turnover is probably not ideal for our calendar for multiple reasons. I can definitely provide a debrief presentation of the concert and have a discussion about if this is an event that the council would like to continue on as an annual event or just stick with Saturday Sounds.
No, I understand we investing in the community, investing in one big concert. it's just bringing it to us with some time to at least have a discussion about it and to understand what the cost is. But finding it on the budget, the first budget workshop as a line item was a concern to me. But again, I said this to you yesterday. At this point, we've signed contracts, we have a commitment. Um, it, it, we have to move forward with it because we've done so much already.
I
I
understand.
just don't understand. For me, is why are we bringing it to the council for an approval when we've already done over 50% of it? It's not fair to the artists who and their production companies. They've already allocated October 5th to be at Apopka and have this concert. That was my concern. And it still is my concern. But at this point, we can't change it because we've signed contracts already.
And I just kind of echoing what Commissioner Vasquez is saying as well. Bringing something else to vote on after the contract has been executed is kind of almost pointless because we can't really. I mean, does the contract have it out? Would it?
Yeah, it was reviewed by our city attorney's office, and I do know there's contract language in there for.
Okay. But will it cost the city for us to cancel?
No, I wouldn't do that.
I'd have to
I'm just,
look,
I'm just,
yeah.
I'm just asking for just.
I would have to look into that.
Clarification purposes.
I would have to look into that.
Okay, but just in the future, I think it's important that you bring it before us prior to executing the contract. So we can
Absolutely,
actually
and
have discussion.
And I totally understand and can make sure that happens.
Okay. Mr. Smith?
I think my concerns have already been expressed.
Mr. Nesta? Okay. Anybody from the public want to speak on this one?
East 147 East Magnolia Street. This is one of the issues I see within this council. There's disrespect. Our councilmen are voted in by the citizens of this community. And y'all are the last ones to find out about anything. There's too many unilateral decisions going on in this city. If you want the public to be more polite and sit back and take it, then at least work with us. Let there be some transparency in all your decisions, not just this, Bradley. But I mean, come on, guys. I'm not up here to argue. I came in a good mood today, and it's unfortunate that the arguments up here. It's because about one person wants to run this business as a dictator, as a CEO.
Leroy Bell, 2308 Blue Meadows Court. As far as this entertainment thing go, I don't know how many people here are from Apopka from 1968, but I look up and I see Sawyer Brown. That's a part of my classmates. I look up and I see John Anderson. That's a part of my sister's classmate. You might remember the song Just a Swingin'. All Apopka natives, friends, had connection with this map. Now, I wonder if this is another way of Jesse getting money back into his friends' pockets. To quote Jane Baldwin, the author, people don't believe you liars because they see what you're doing. It needs to be more streamlined to bring people in because everything seems to benefit those that close to that liar sitting next to you.
Sylvester Hall, 3091 Rolling Hills Lane. How much are we anticipating on revenue being brought in from these concerts?
The revenue estimate for that concert is right there.
So we're spending two and we're getting 202 back, if I'm reading that right?
That's the estimated revenue, yes, with the event budget.
So I'm just making sure so I don't look like Boo Boo the Fool. We're spending $200,000, but our estimated revenue for the $200,000 that we're spending is $2,500.
On top of the spend, yes.
Do that make sense? These are the things that we look at in the frustration. Now, our new city administrator says people get turned off about what is being said in public comments with our economic development. Whether it's in the front or whether it's in the beginning, they still gonna see it. They're still gonna see it. The thing is, when the mayor do something, it's a strategy. It's intentional. What did he not want the firefighters to hear today? Because I see Mr. Duran walking out of here mad. So what was he gonna say that he didn't want the firefighters to hear? And the firefighters left. When somebody brings something to you, this city council, you have the power to reject it. There is no way that this should have had the progress it had before it got to any one of y'all to review or to say yes or no. He knows better. But yet and still, that tells you how we're operating. The city administrator made a comment when he was hired. He left his old position because he didn't like what was going on morally. I'm watching you. I'm watching you. And I'm going to see if you're going to be man to that. We got a city attorney. I'm watching how he bend and how he calculate this, put it out. Put it to us where, like the gentleman said, where the goats can get it. When you stood up and said, it's not a problem to lie, it's the truth. What's going on here in the city of Apopka? So the things that the economic developer director is complaining about is all controlled by one man. That's Mayor Nelson. So if I'm trying to sell you my house and I know there's some things that I don't want you to see, I hide that. Is that being truthful to the people who's coming to invest their money and their business in the city of Apopka? All that can be changed. And it starts with doing the right thing. And I would like to see this council, if anything come to you guys and you hadn't seen it and had a chance to review it, and they bring it to you for a vote, it should be shot down on arrival. Period. Thank you.
Anybody else? Okay, we'll close the public hearing. Any other questions for Radley? Not, look for motion to authorize the prepayment of the required deposits for the Apopka Proud concert, entertainment, and related services in the amount of $40,000.
I mean, the whole event is $200,000. Why are
Right.
we voting on 40,000?
Because that's the deposit for the two bands.
So is it coming back again to us for?
It's part of the FY25 proposed budget.
I'm sorry.
It's part of the FY25 proposed budget.
So come back in September in the regular budget.
So how, I mean, okay, I'm a little confused. So we're just approving 40,000?
For the deposits for the two bands. The full event cost is part of the FY25 proposed budget.
What contract did we already sign?
We've received the agreements back from all three bands.
So I need to ask the attorney this. we still need to vote on something that a contract has already been signed?
Well, again, I'm assuming the contract was authorized to be signed, but if the issue is whether they can write a check for 40,000 and that wasn't authorized, then that's what you're voting on, is my understanding. But if that's not true, okay. The answer to the question is, if the contract was approved and it included the payment of the deposit, then you've already done it. But it's my understanding, based on the presentation, that part hasn't been done.
That was my question about the contract. Have you seen the contract, attorney?
I'm sure I looked at a contract for the entertainers in terms of what it says and the provisions and what we have to provide. But I don't obviously decide on whether you spend the money or don't spend the money,
So-
or who the contract is with.
In the execution of the contract, have we agreed to pay the $40,000 by a set date?
That I don't remember. I probably looked at this thing, I don't know,
Do you currently have a copy of the contract right now that you actually
Yeah,
can look at for us?
The deposit is due August
can't-
1st.
I'm having trouble hearing.
The deposit is due August 1st.
Right.
That's what the contract here says.
Yeah, then if that's true and the contract was approved and you already approved it, then there's nothing else to do here.
Okay.
But I just don't know whether it has been previously approved.
Well, I think what he's trying to get approved is the fact that the deposit needs to be paid prior to the budget being approved, because the new budget doesn't take place until
October 1, correct.
But the deposit needs to be paid now. So he's asking for permission to go ahead and pay the deposit now, because that's what the contract requires.
And would that be an advance on the 2025 budget?
The contract was
It's an
signed.
FY25 budget.
Right, that's
proposal.
that's an advance. So you're being asked to improve an advance on the 2025 budget, is what I'm understanding now.
But the contract was signed June 24th.
Okay. Apparently based on funds that are not from 2024, but for the 2025 budget, which goes into effect October 1. So they're asking for an advance on those funds.
Again, for me, it's a done deal. We signed the contract. We're obligated by that contract. That's how I feel. So if I don't understand why we need to have a vote on it, we have to honor the contract. That's our position right now as a city.
I guess my concern is I just haven't seen the contract.
Have I seen the contract? I'm sure I did, but
I
it
think my
was
concern is
wild.
I haven't seen the contract.
I'm sorry, I cannot hear you.
I have not seen the contract. Has anyone seen the contract?
I have.
You have? Okay.
I mean, it is available if you.
And I believe
I'm actually asking.
I think this goes back to procurement thresholds. It's under the $50,000 procurement threshold, so this agreement would not come to council.
Okay.
But again, we are requesting to receive funds that are still in the proposed FY25 budget, so we need authorization to do that.
Do we do it at this council meeting or do we do it with the new year?
I'm asking to authorize the prepaid amount in $40,000 today, and the full budget amount is part of the FY25 budget, proposed budget, that gets approved in September.
That's September 4th.
I believe so, yes.
Two.
Tentative budget.
Yeah, 18
for the final.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Ms. Blanche. So because this is under the threshold of 50,000, it did not need to come to the.
Exactly.
Okay.
The Birchmore contract did come before council for approval, but for these entertainers, and then there's some type of exemption for artists as well, and it is under the $50,000 threshold. That's why they did not come before council.
Okay.
But at this point, we don't have budgetary authority, and that's why we're asking the authority to make these prepaid deposits.
But the total budget for the entire contract is $200,000.
And that will come before you on September 4th and September 18th.
But the $40,000 is included in that $200,000.
Yes, it is. That's why we're trying. Yes, it is. The timing is not that great, but again, we still don't have that budgetary authorization.
This is already executed a
It's
contract.
just a dilemma for me
Well,
to
I-
approve something for a contract. For me, we have to honor the contract.
If it's been approved and signed off on by the people who need to do it, that's true. Only I don't know any of that. When a contract is sent to me for review, I'm not involved in the finance part. I'm involved in Does it have a way in? Does it have a way out? Does it provide for attorney's fees? Do you get your deposit back? Those are the terms and things that I'm looking at. In terms of who it is, whether it's a good idea or bad idea, that's what I don't do. That's the policy decision for you all, along with your staff.
Okay, and let me just step in here for a second with an apology. I was 3 weeks in. This agreement did come across my desk. I saw that this 200,000 was in the proposed budget that we've been through all the budget meetings, the work sessions through. I made an assumption. I assumed that this was something that was ongoing and it happened the year prior. Prior, I thought it was a traditional thing. Just kind of it was the timing, because usually you have them in the spring, but it was moved to October 5th. I saw that that's the reason why it wasn't showing up in this last budget, but it was showing up in this next budget. So it was an assumption on my part that this Apopka Proud concert was a traditional, ongoing thing, and I thought we already had not just you, but your legacy before you that has approved this in the past.
I will honor the contract because we signed it, but I don't understand why we need to approve it. I understand what you're saying. So we're literally minus the 40,000, then we're approving 160,000 for the new year, for the new fiscal year.
You're
It's a
basically
prepaid expense.
Just a prepaid
Just a prepaid.
to cut the check. So you see it on that disbursement report.
Okay.
Okay. It will still be a FY25 expense. That's why we call it a prepaid.
Okay. Well, I've already expressed what my concern was. I want to honor the contract because we signed it, and that is the right thing to do. I don't feel that the entertainers should get not paid. When we agreed to this has been an ongoing planning. I just feel let this be a learning lesson where maybe a concert of this expense be brought to the council at some point to have a discussion rather than it showing up as it did at the first budget workshop, which was July 8th. You signed this on June 24th. The first time I'm seeing it is on July 8th at the budget workshop. And then I actually did write 4 emails, and each of them I did copy you. And I did express some concern. I wrote July 12th, July 18th, July 21st, July 30th. And it's when I finally got all this information. So, because we have to honor the contract, then I move that we approve this.
Okay, got a motion by Commissioner Velasquez. Let me go back and just read. It's authorize the prepayment of the required deposits for the Apopka Proud concert entertainment and related services in the amount of $40,000. Got a motion by Commissioner Velasquez. Second by Commissioner Smith. All those in favor? Aye. All opposed?
I do.
All opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
No, she
No,
has.
I'm sorry. Okay, so 4-1.
4-1.
All right. Proposed resolution, Florida League of Cities. Jacob, are you doing that one? Or is that? I guess maybe I can do it. We've got, let's see here. 6. So we have 3 resolutions. 2024-02 just recognizes October 21st to 27th as Florida City Government Week. The 2024-03 is urging Congress to reform and increase funding to hazardous mitigation assistance, HMA grant program. And then 2024-01 expressing appreciation to Cooper City and Broward League of Cities for support of Greg Ross, who served as president of the FLC from 23 to 24. So let me go back. I'm sorry. Should have been So we're going down to the League of Cities next week, and we just these are the three proposals that the FLC statewide brought forward. The two of them are just basically window dressing. But I do want to talk a little bit about the because I guess Commissioner Anderson, you'll be representing us there. The 2024-03 urging Congress to reform and increase funding to hazardous mitigation assistance HMA grant program. So let me tell you what I've been doing in the background. As soon as I saw that this resolution from FLC is, we have a really good program when I was in the legislature called My Safe Florida Home program that does on the front end, it does inspections. And are you familiar with it, Commissioner Anderson?
I've heard of it.
Commissioner Nesta, have you heard of? No. Okay. So anyway, my Safe Florida Home program, they do inspections for homes and then they find improvements, and you can get up to a $10,000 grant to harden your home, which then will decrease your insurance premium. So it's a great program. Unfortunately, I think the state had $200 million in the program. They've already spent it all as far as the inspection side. So they're going to be working through the remodels to get those dollar savings for the homeowners. But anyway, so it's a great program, very well received by the community, and so but they've run out of money, and every year it runs out of money. This one ran out, I think, within 10 days. And so what I've asked not only our state legislature, I've talked to Rick Scott's office here in Orlando, Marco Rubio's office here in Orlando, and Dan Webster's office about maybe instead of this HMA program, which is a federal program, why don't they just dump money into our Florida, My Safe Florida Home program to really make those dollars go farther? So I've kind of reached out to those folks at the congressional level to say, hey, maybe let's look at that as a way to harden our homes and get those savings for those homeowners that are in need. And with the price of insurance going up, astronomically, it'd be a great asset. So anyway, I just got off the call with good friend Jimmy Petronas, who's our CFO, who runs that program. So he's going to send a letter down to FLC as, hey, you might want to consider sending something to Congress about, and the president about, hey, this is something we could spend those dollars, we think, more efficiently, more effectively, to get those dollars in the hands of homeowners that can harden their homes to get that lower insurance premium. So that's kind of the backstory on that 2024-03. But those are the three resolutions. I don't know if you've got any other questions about those, but that'll be during the general business meeting. I don't know what day that's on, and so I think did Stacy give everybody the My Safe Florida Home?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes,
so everybody's got just as a great resource for folks that are looking to try to save some money on their insurance premiums. So is anything I can answer on those three resolutions? If not, look for a motion to approve the proposed resolutions by the Florida League of Cities.
Is that what the Florida League of Cities presented, or we're presenting to them?
That's their platform. What I've tried to do is on the one, hey, yes, we want those federal dollars coming down the HMA program, but maybe it would be better spent in My Safe Florida. So if we have an opportunity to have those dollars flow through that program, I think we'd all benefit more so than would through the HMA program. But if it, but I think, we'll continue to work with those if that's the will of the council.
Well, insurance is a big topic in the state of Florida. Yeah. So many homeowners their insurance companies are dropping them, and whenever they try to look for another insurance company, they just don't have the qualifications because their homes are old.
Right. They
haven't replaced their roofs, and they're kind of stuck. So whatever we can do to help, long-term homeowners, absolutely, because Florida, we're suffering in Florida.
All right, looking for a motion.
So moved.
Got a motion by Commissioner Velasquez,
Second.
second by Commissioner Anderson. All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed, motion carries unanimously. Next up, ordinance number 3029.
Ordinance number 3029. An ordinance of the City of Apopka, Florida, amending the City of Apopka Comprehensive Plan, repealing and replacing the transportation element in its entirety, providing for legislative findings, providing for conflicts, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date.
Any changes, Bobby? Anybody from the public wish to speak on this one? Not, we'll close the public hearing. Look for a motion to adopt ordinance number 3029.
So moved.
Got a motion by Commissioner Smith,
Second.
second by Commissioner Anderson. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed, motion carries unanimously. Next up, ordinance number 3056.
Ordinance number 3056. An ordinance of the City of Apopka, Florida, amending the future land use element of the Apopka Comprehensive Plan of the City of Apopka, changing the future land use designation from commercial to mixed use for property located at 814 Marvin C. Zanders Avenue, owned by Cynthia Henderson and Ariane Henderson, providing 0.08 acres more or less, providing for severability, conflicts, and an effective date.
Any changes? Anybody from the public wish to speak on this one? Not, we'll close the public hearing. Look for a motion to adopt ordinance number 3056.
So moved.
Got a motion by Commissioner Smith,
Second.
second by Commissioner Velasquez. All those in favor? Aye. All opposed, motion carries unanimously. Next up, ordinance number 3052.
Ordinance number 3052. An ordinance of the City of Apopka, Florida, amending the future land use element of the Apopka Comprehensive Plan of the City of Apopka, changing the future land use designation from county rural to city residential, very low suburban, for property located at 1400 West Kelly Park Road, owned by Michael A. Gentiles and Desmond W. Street, comprising 5.06 acres more or less, providing for severability, conflicts, and an effective date.
All right, June.
Good afternoon, this is Junson Planner 2. This is a future land use amendment request for the property located at 1400 West Kelly Park Road. The total size of the property is 5.06 acres. The subject property was annexed on March 20th and had future land use of county rural. The applicant has requested to change its future land use to residential very low suburban, which allows for 2 dwelling units per acre. The property is surrounded by future land use of residential very low suburban and residential estate. Development Review Committee has recommended approval, and Planning Commission has unanimously recommended approval of the future land use amendment. The recommended motion is accepting the first reading of ordinance number 3052 and hold it over for second reading and adoption on August 21st. Planning staff and applicant are here to respond to any questions.
Okay, any questions for June? Anybody from the public wish to speak on this one? If not, we'll close the public hearing and look for a motion to approve ordinance number 3052 at first reading and hold over for second reading and adoption.
Let me just see something. Yeah. Didn't we have something in that area with the little piano keys? Was there another one in that area, Dr. June?
It is.
Didn't we have something, another?
This is the only property that I am currently.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
This is the only one of the piano property that I am currently working on.
Yeah, Bobby, we had, was it one Sorrento?
Yeah, it was further down Kelly Park Road. It was before the council earlier this year. I remember the piano key analogy that Commissioner Becker had used. Yes.
It's not in this area?
It's in the general vicinity, but not near this property, no.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
Okay, any other questions for staff? Okay. Nobody from the public wish to speak? Looking for a motion to approve ordinance number 3052 at first reading and hold over for second reading and adoption.
All right, I guess so moved.
Got a motion by Commissioner Velasquez, second by Commissioner Smith. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
All opposed, motion carries unanimously. Next up, ordinance number 3053.
Ordinance number 3053, an ordinance of the City of Apopka, Florida, changing the zoning from T transitional to RSF 1A Residential Single Family Estate District for certain real property generally located at 1400 West Kelly Park Road, owned by Michael A. Gentiles, Desmond W. Street, comprising of 5.06 acres more or less, providing for severability, conflicts, and an effective date.
For the record, this is Jim Zone Planner 2. This is a rezoning request for the same property located at 1400 West Kelly Park Road. The applicant has requested to change its zoning to RSF 1A, which allows for 3 dwelling units per acre. The property is surrounded by zoning of RSF 1A and Residential County Estate and PD. Development Review Committee has recommended approval, and the Planning Commission has unanimously recommended approval of rezoning. The recommended motion is accepting the first reading of ordinance number 3053 and hold it over for the second reading and adoption on August 21st. Planning staff and applicant are here to respond to any question.
Any questions for June? Anybody from the public wish to speak on this matter? Not, we'll close the public hearing. Look for a motion to approve ordinance number 3053 at first reading and hold over for second reading and adoption.
So moved.
Got a motion by Commissioner Smith,
Second.
second by Commissioner Velasquez. All those in favor? Aye. All
Aye.
opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Next up, ordinance number 3064.
Ordinance number 3064. An ordinance of the City of Apopka, Florida, amending the future land use element of the Apopka Comprehensive Plan of the City of Apopka, changing the future land use designation from residential medium to commercial to institutional public for properties located at 996 South Orange Blossom Trail and 1000 South Orange Blossom Trail, owned by Trinity Baptist Church of Apopka, Inc., comprising 6.99 acres more or less, providing for severability, conflicts, and an effective date.
June?
For the record, this is Jim Zone Planner 2. This is a future land use amendment request for the property located at 996 and 1000 South Orange Blossom Trail. The total size of the property is about 7 acres. The applicant has requested a change of future land use from residential medium and commercial to institutional and public use for the potential expansion of the existing church at 1022 South Orange Blossom Trail. The land use of the surrounding properties are commercial, institutional public use, and residential low. Development Review Committee has recommended approval, and the Planning Commission has unanimously recommended approval of the future land use amendment. Recommended motion is accepting the first reading of ordinance number 3064 and hold it over for second reading and adoption on August 21st. Planning staff and applicant are here to respond to any questions.
Any questions for June? Anybody from the public wish to speak on this matter? Not, we'll close the public hearing. Look for a motion to approve ordinance number 3064 at first reading and hold over for second reading and adoption.
So moved.
Got a motion by Commissioner Smith,
Second.
second by Commissioner Anderson. All those in favor? Aye. All opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Next up, ordinance number 3065.
Ordinance number 3065. An ordinance of the City of Apopka, Florida, changing the zoning from CC Community Commercial and RSF 1B Residential Single Family Large Lot to O Office for certain real property generally located at 996 South Orange Blossom Trail and 1000 South Orange Blossom Trail, owned by Trinity Baptist Church of Apopka, Inc., comprising of 6.99 acres more or less, providing for severability, conflicts, and an effective date.
For the record, this is Johnson Planner 2. This is a rezoning request for the same property located at 996 and 1000 South Orange Blossom Trail. The applicant has requested a change of zoning from RSF 1B and CC to office. The zoning of the surrounding properties are CC, MHP Mobile Home Park, and office. Development Review Committee has recommended approval, and the Planning Commission has unanimously recommended approval of the rezoning. Recommended motion is accepting the first reading of ordinance number 3065 and holding over for second reading and adoption on August 21st. Staff and applicant are here to respond to any questions.
Any questions for June? Anybody from the public wish to speak on this one? Not, we'll close the public hearing and look for a motion to approve ordinance number 3065 at first reading and hold over for second reading and adoption.
This is only a continuation of 3064, right?
Yes.
The one before.
Yes.
Okay, so moved.
Got a motion by Commissioner Velasquez. Second by Commissioner Smith. All those in favor? Aye. All opposed, motion carries unanimously. Next up, ordinance number 3066.
Ordinance number 3066, an ordinance of the city of Apopka, Florida, to extend its territorial and municipal limits to annex pursuant to Florida Statute 171.044, the hereinafter described land situated and being in Orange County, Florida, owned by PMS1 REO LLC, located on the southwest corner of Ondich Road and Effie Drive, comprising of 54.85 acres, more or less, providing directions to the city clerk, severability, conflicts, and an effective date.
Jean Sanchez with the Community Development Department. This is a request to accept the first reading of ordinance number 3066, annexation of the Ondich South parcels. The properties are located on the southwest corner of Ondich Road and Effie Drive, approximately 54.85 acres in size. The subject properties are contiguous to city limits and eligible for annexation pursuant to Florida Statute 171. The assignment of a city future land use and zoning designation will occur at a later date and through action by the City Council. The DRC recommends approval. The recommended motion is to accept the first reading of ordinance number 3066 and hold it over for second reading and adoption on August 21st, 2024. Staff and applicant are available for questions.
Any questions for Jean? Anybody from the public wish to speak on this one? Not, we'll close the public hearing. Look for motion to approve ordinance number 3066 at first reading and hold over for second reading and adoption.
That's all part of the KPI, right?
That's correct. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So moved.
Got a motion by Commissioner Velasquez. Second by Commissioner Smith. All those in favor? Aye. All opposed, motion carries unanimously. Next up, ordinance number 3069.
Ordinance number 3069, an ordinance of the city of Apopka, Florida, to extend its territorial and municipal limits to annex pursuant to Florida Statute 171.044, the hereinafter described land situated and being in Orange County, Florida, owned by Michael Gentles, located at 3595 West Kelly Park Road and 3611 West Kelly Park Road, providing for directions to the city clerk, severability, conflicts, and an effective date.
June?
This is Johnson Planner 2. This is an annexation request for the properties located at 3595 and 3611 West Kelly Park Road. The property is currently unincorporated and has requested annexation to the city for the potential mixed-use development to be consistent with the Kelly Park Interchange form-based code. The applicant has already submitted an application to change its future land use and zoning after the annexation. The total size of the properties is 2.32 acres, currently used for residential. The surrounding properties have future land use of county rural and city residential rural settlement and zoning of county A1 and city transitional and agriculture. Development Review Committee has recommended approval, and recommended the motion is to accept the first reading of ordinance number 3069 and hold it over for the second reading and adoption on August 21st.
Any questions for June?
The piece of property that's in the
Yeah, that's
between
what I
these two
was gonna
pieces of
ask.
property,
Yeah.
are they annexed in the city?
I will defer that to applicant.
There is no annexation. Sorry, Jesse Anderson, Polis and Bennett, 2602 East Livingston, Orlando, Florida. There is no annexation request currently for the parcel that's in between. The two separate parcels that are split by that individual parcel will be developed separately, but through the mixed use intent of the Kelly Park interchange, specifically in the interchange place district. So the intent is hopeful that eventually that parcel will come in, but right now it is not part of this application. It may be part of a future application, pending other circumstances, though. And it does not create any enclaves or anything in that area that would disregard that type of annexation. It is contiguous and does fall under Florida statutes for a potential for annexation into the city. And I'm available for any other questions as well.
Let me ask you, do you have utilities and water going out in that area?
There are sufficient utilities from the overall Kelly Park interchange, the Wakaiva district plan that actually went through many years ago. We'll have to extend utilities to the site itself just to make sure that it has sufficient utilities for the end uses that we're proposing, which are going to be commercial in nature for the most part. Most likely going to be some sort of small scale restaurant, maybe drive-through type atmosphere, which again is in concert with the character district of the overlay.
I'm sorry, when you say that middle parcel, I mean, is someone actually living on that middle parcel?
There is currently an owner that resides on that parcel.
I'm sorry. Can you-
Yes, there's somebody that resides on that parcel in between. Yes.
And so when you say very confidently that they may, at a future date, annex into the city, have you spoken to that resident?
There have been conversations, but nothing has come to a fruition just yet. But that is also part of the joint planning area for the city. So it is a focus point for obviously progression of the city to go that way. And any types of developments that would ensue are intended to go under the Kelly Park interchange for that area as well.
Mm. I just find annexing two separate parcels with one in the middle is kind of, it's just, I mean, it just doesn't make any sense, especially for us providing city services that have to eventually go out to that location.
Sure. If it may help to assume as if these two could be under potentially different applications, but because of the system that is through Apopka, we're allowed to put them on the same application sheet, but effectively they're going to be two different developments, and they both do abut the city in their own respects. So each are available and potential for annexation on their own right. Just together, we combine the application to simplify things as it is under the same ownership currently.
Mm.
So if the owners were, for instance, two different owners, we would just have made two different applications for annexation for both of these parcels.
Where's Dr. June? Go ahead.
I'm sorry. Good afternoon, Lance Bennett, Melissa Bennett as well. Just to be clear, there are utilities within Kelly Park Road and Effie Road. So utility services already exist that the city provides.
Okay.
And it is the intent, as Jesse mentioned, that this area will all be annexed over time into the city.
Okay. All right. Anybody from the public wish to speak on this one? If not, we'll close the public hearing. Look for motion to approve. Oh, come on. Go. Mike, get.
Is the surrounding properties there? Where's it button up to the city limits at?
Across the street.
Okay, so the road is divided, but there's no property touching the boundaries on the left, right, or behind it.
Yeah, just to further address that, adjacency is permitted across rights of way. So that is permissible adjacency to the city limits, which does allow, again, for this to be a consideration for an annexation request.
Leroy Bell, 2308 Blue Meadow Court. If that's the case for this, that the roadway could be the cost for that, well, explain to me why that don't work on this side of town over here in South Apopka with the annexation. You remember when we talk about the property abutting each other, you, the man sitting in the middle, you say, oh, it's a Swiss cheese situation. Why this can't be a Swiss cheese situation? Just a question.
I just have a question to try to address Mr. Bell is saying. So, and this is just me not understanding. So, can some of the South Apopka residents, can they actually come in and apply to be annexed into the city as well?
Yes.
So it sounds like we probably need to get a group of them together to come in and do the same what they're doing and be annexed into the city as well.
Just
So I think it's a matter of a meeting.
Yeah, just two things.
So
They
this
have
is
to
come
be,
apply.
they got to be contiguous. And then the second thing is they can't create an enclave. Those are the only two things keeping you from annexing.
This doesn't create an enclave?
No.
I Bobby, 'cause I just find that middle, having two separate is really,
So it does not create an enclave. Every time we have somebody approach us for annexation, we require them to go talk to Orange County and get something that says it does not create an enclave. This is part of an enclave. It's lessening an enclave. Under Florida statute, this is what's called a voluntary annexation, meaning they've approached the city and asked to annex into the city. For the reasons that they've outlined, they want to develop uses that are in conjunction with the Kelly Park form-based code, such as the restaurants that they're talking about, that they want to do a restaurant or type of mixed use. Annexation, there's nothing in the annexation statute that says that a city council has to annex property. If somebody comes and asks you to annex, there's nothing that says that you have to take it in. It says, is my recollection of the statute, the city council may consider the application. There's nothing in the statute that says that you have to, and there's nothing in the JPA that says that you have to as well. So those are factors for you to consider. The Development Review Committee recommends approval of the annexation because they're proposing a plan future on that would be consistent with the form-based code area. However, it's the council's discretion.
You good, Commissioner Anderson?
I am. Sounds like we just need to have another meeting with the South Apopka to try to figure out what we can do to kind of get annexed in. So, but yes, thank you.
Okay, anybody else from the public? Not close the public hearing. Look for a motion to approve ordinance number 3069 at first reading and hold over for a second reading and adoption.
So moved.
Got a motion by Commissioner Smith,
Second.
second by Commissioner Anderson. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
and I'm gonna say nay.
Okay, we have, I guess, 4 yeas and 1 nay. Okay, passes 4-1 with Commissioner Velasquez in opposition. Okay, next up, Blanche. Resolution 2024-17.
Resolution 2024-17, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Apopka, Florida, amending the budget for fiscal year beginning October 1, 2023 and ending September 30th, 2024, providing for a budget amendment.
Thank you. Blanche Sherman, Finance Director. Resolution 2024-17, Budget Amendment Number 8, in the amount of $1,584,457. We have 2 items before you in regards to an amendment. The first one for $1,209,457 pertaining to a utility impact fee agreement with Florida Town Center Development that was approved on August 25th, 2021 for a 16-inch wastewater force main. Construction project certification of acceptance was dated July 1st, 2024. The wastewater force main is now owned and maintained by the city. Approval of this budget amendment will allow for the reimbursement payment to be made to Florida Town Center Development. Any questions on that item?
Any questions for Blanche?
I'll go to the second one. That's pertaining to a budget amendment coming out of our general fund operating reserves to cover legal fees for our outside legal counsel. We need additional funding in the amount of $375,000 to cover the estimated cost for this fiscal year.
Any questions for Blanche on that one? Is that the only two? Is that it?
That's it.
Okay. Okay, hang on.
No, wait, I don't know if you did, but I will get out your way.
No. He asked, you asked
Yeah.
a question.
No, I was.
Well, a question for you. This for the legal fund. Is this any of the money that's paying for our attorney fees for the lawsuits and stuff that we lost?
It's whatever legal services we acquire from Shepherd, Cliff Shepherd and his firm.
Is that anything to do with the money that we paying out for the liability of our city?
If you're talking about things like the Softwood case or whatever, no. There's pending litigation that's being handled by the League of Cities insurance defense firm. I think it's Dean Ringers is the firm. And so that's separate and it's paid for by the insurance policy.
But then is this any liability money coming from anything liable from what we done?
No, if you mean things where we have been sued as a city and are defended through our insurance carrier, which is everything that I'm aware of right now, no, this has nothing to do with that. That's paid for through our insurance policy with the League of Cities.
Okay, but then I reinforce what I say. Reason people can't believe what a liar say because they see what he do.
Anybody else?
Albert McKimmey, 3603 Golden Gem Road. In looking at the budgets and approving these facts and figures, we first of all must accept that what the information that we're being told is correct. And I'm here today to tell you that they're not factual, they're lies. There was factual inaccuracies and misrepresentations that occurred on the 9th of July when Deodat Buddha, your public work director, gave information. So today,
We're not that on. We're on the resolution.
So the resolution is that we approve a budget. What I'm saying is, how can you approve budget? How can you budget?
It's legal fees.
How can you? No, you didn't give me the opportunity. You didn't ask for public comment the time before, Mayor. You didn't ask. So either you accept the fact that you made a mistake yet again, or you let me make my point. No. Well, Mayor, you know what? No. This is about the budget review just now. When Blanche was asked about a question, you didn't say, has the public got anything to say about it? You never give me the opportunity. Once again, you're denying me the opportunity. This is your game, Mayor. All you want to do is to deny opportunity. And it's not going to work for me. I'm not going to go away and you can cry like a little boy and pick up your pink cup and do what you need to do.
You need to sit down. You need to sit down. You need to sit down. Now.
You could say, please.
Sit down.
Shut up.
Got to wait for Commissioner Velasquez. She'll be back in just a second.
Okay. Thank you for waiting.
You're welcome. Okay. Looking for a motion to approve the resolution 2024-17.
So moved.
Got a motion by Commissioner Smith,
Second.
second by Commissioner Anderson. All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you.
You bet. City Council reports. Commissioner Anderson, why don't you start us out?
So I kind of want to go back and address why I actually voted to keep the agenda the way that that was presented at the beginning of the meeting. Uh, if you, I have received numerous of complaints from residents in regards to not only the residents, but also for people that wants to do business in the city, that they have to come and have to sit through public comment. And the concern is that a lot of times the public comments uh, is the majority of the time it's derogatory, it's rude, it doesn't really have any resolution has not been presented. It's just, bickering back and forth about their, dislike for, some of the city council members here. So it's not as effective. So in my opinion, I thought it would be best suited for it to actually go last. So that way, the professionals don't have to sit through that. So I do agree with keeping it last, and I think it's important. In addition to that, it doesn't limit the public for addressing concerns that are on the business items. What it does is it limit the time that people have to sit through things that has absolutely nothing to do with the business items at hand. So I stand by that. I think it's important that we present ourselves and our city in the best light if we want to attract some of the best restaurants, some of the best businesses to come into the city. No one's going to take their millions of dollars and invest in a city where there's chaos. So I stand on that. I think we need to keep it at the end. And I think that it's important, Mayor, in addition to that, is that anytime that we have anyone that comes up and they are not addressing the business items and they go off topic on something that has absolutely nothing to do with the business item, that you enforce that, that they have a seat or stick to the topic. And that way we can kind of develop more professionalism when moving forward in these meetings. So I stand on that. I think it's not limiting the public comment at all because they still have the option to come up and address business items. And at the end, anything else that they want to discuss that is now on the agenda, they have the option to sit through the entire city council meeting and bring up whatever they want in their 4 minutes. So I stand on that, and I think it's not limiting the public to speaking. I think it's just developing some type of professionalism because unfortunately, it has gotten out of hand here, and adults is just not acting like adults, unfortunately. So I think it's important that we extremely disrespectful, and I think it's important that we restore professionalism here in the city of Apopka. So I stand on keeping it at the end. That's all. Thank you.
Commissioner Velasquez.
Well, just to kind of speak on that also, the public comment, I certainly agree that, the temperament that has been here, been going on for a long time now, has had some concern, but I don't feel that we're not limiting their public comment, but we were changing and shifting when they were going to speak. And I don't have a problem as long as it's an agreement that we as a council could sit down and say, how can we change our public comment so that we can still allow our public to come up and voice their concerns regarding issues, whatever it may be. I just felt that changing it from a Friday to the next council meeting was unfair. We didn't prepare the public for that. We do know we have a dedicated residents that do come in, and not every person that comes up to that lectern is combative. Many times they come providing some great ideas, some solutions, some concerns, and I feel that now we're painting everyone with the same brush and saying that because of some that are contentious, that we now going to have to punish everyone else. So I still feel that the public comment should come after presentations. The chair has the control in which to say what we expect from the public and decorum. And we have the ability to say to someone that they're out of order, that they're not addressing, that they're being disrespectful. They shouldn't be addressing individual commissioners, but limiting them and kind of pushing the public comment to the end. I've gotten you, I've gotten some calls where some of the things that are said have been offensive, but at the same time, since this change, I've gotten more phone calls saying, bring back the public comment to where it belongs, where we've always had it. So let's be consistent on how we uh, present ourselves with our public. Let's be consistent on how we do things here. We just had a big discussion over the concert. And again, that's addressing consistency, transparency. That's what's important to me because we do serve the public. We're elected by the public. The business of the city affects the public. Everything we do up here affects the residents in our city. And so each member of our public gets 4 minutes. That's not a lot, 4 minutes. And we can tell them when they're being disrespectful. That's something that we have. He has the power to do that. And I think that's what we need to do. But leaving it till the end of the agenda, let's see how it turns. But if you get public saying that they would like to bring it back, so where's that going to leave us? Because we are elected by them. So as far as other cities, I follow a lot of cities. And it's interesting because there's a lot of cities that face the same issues that we do. It's just part of being a public council. It's part of being in a community where we have a lot of difference of opinions and people have different issues they want to address. It's just part of it. It's just part of being an elected official. It's part of holding public council meetings. So I don't want to diminish the voices. I'm big on that their voices are very important to me. I want to hear it. Do I sometimes feel that some of the things being said shouldn't be said? I feel they're personal. But again, they have 4 minutes and we have the control to say to them when we feel that it is out of that it's not respectful, that we have the right to say that to them also. But we don't have the right to change things because it's convenient for us and make it not convenient for them. So that's my issue with that. There were some other things I wanted to address. Emerson Park, I did get an email from the HOA, and I just want you to know that when I responded to them, I basically told them that I did not have the authority or the power to do anything with what they were asking. I said that they should set the meeting up with you, and I understand they wrote me back that they have a meeting with you tomorrow at 9 o'clock because they did tune in to the last council meeting, so there's some concern about, who is going to help them bring that. So I just want you to know they do that. We of course had the presentation for we all attended the Best Foot Forward, which I did that. I'm asking the attorney, city charter amendments.
Yes, ma'am.
Where are we with this? I
I'll bring
get
it.
some emails.
Anytime you want to put it on the agenda, the ordinance is ready. I don't control the agenda. I can bring it next meeting. I can bring it 3 meetings from now. Whenever you want it, I can bring it.
Well, some of the residents are asking me, they would like to have this brought forward. My only concern would be that we send everything to Commissioner Anderson. Did you get for the city charter amendments?
I did.
Okay.
Yes.
Just want to make sure that she.
You want to set a
that-
date?
that-
man?
I'm sorry, you should say she, Commissioner.
Would you like to set
Anderson.
a date?
Sure. I guess if we can have it for the next.
Sure.
Well, let's get into school a little bit. Let's kind of get everybody back. I mean, we got
Yeah.
plenty of time.
Okay. Yeah, because if we do any of these amendments, when would that?
Again, I until I ask again, because we have an interim supervisor of elections, but after the interim, Mr. Gilzian was appointed, I reached out and then spoke to, I wish I could remember the guy's name, but he's sort of the one who actually knows how to run the office because he'd been doing it under Bill Cowles for so long. And he said, I'm sorry, Steve. Yeah, that's right. And he said specifically, quote, we don't do charter amendments in November because remember we had the discussion of when they do them and we want municipal stuff to be in March. I asked him in that conversation, well, is that a policy or is that a law? Because if it's just a policy, we'll do whatever it is we want to do, and then y'all will have to deal with it because you're a supervisor of elections and we have a contract with you and you put on the ballot what we send you. I'm pretty sure it's a policy, not something that he can force down our throats. So that's where it is. I asked him for the deadline, and based on prior experience, that deadline is either very close to approaching or has passed. But for March, it would be probably sometime in December, based on the prior experience I had with Orange County Charter and then Eatonville Charter and so forth, usually somewhere around December 12th for the March agenda. And so that's the issue. One of the issues, if I remember correctly, that y'all wanted, I can't remember, I got to go back and look, somebody may remember. I think y'all wanted it on November, like in the charter for future elections. But that hasn't been voted on because as your current charter sits, it's set at a time that doesn't exist, which is December. So that has to be changed to something that's legal. November, March, something, or a special set election, which y'all can come up with your own date. But those are the two options. But in terms of if you want to get the actual vote before March, it's probably the deadline will be sometime in December. It's probably close or maybe too late to get it on the November ballot.
Okay, we do need to kind of review some of this, and now that we have our chief administrator, in fairness, I would like to have him
Sure.
look
I
at
mean,
it. And,
we can
and
set a
kind of-
date if you want to go ahead and set a date. I mean, I think the thing I want to make sure is that we get the information out to the public. I don't think anybody is paid two cents worth of attention to it
Yeah,
at this
just
point.
a few have, because
Yeah,
I
but I
have
mean,
gotten
that's,
calls,
yeah.
so.
And, March will be a very, very, very low turnout because, and then if we're going to do March, then we need to have we need to put that into the budget because it's outside of the scope of a normal election. And so why don't we revisit, we'll put it on as a discussion item next council meeting.
Okay.
And you'll bring up.
Sure, I'll bring an actual ordinance for you, and then you can decide, okay, we see it. Yeah, this is what we want to bring it for first reading, second reading, whatever. No problem. It's ready to go. Just tell me when.
And then Susan, if you'll work on what what it would cost for us to do an election, it'd be an out of cycle election because it'd be an off year, 2015. So, okay, we'll put that on for the next agenda.
Okay, thank you. The other thing I wanted to address was I had written to our director, Mr. Deodat, regarding a particular street, and I had sent him some photos, and he responded basically saying that just as an FYI, last year we expended about $800 in sidewalk repairs. In this proposed budget, because of revenue limitation, we only have less than $300,000 to address the sidewalk. P.S. We'll do our best and we'll try and save up the worst area of tripping hazard. So I just want to, with the new budget, are we going to get a larger fund for repairs of sidewalks? I don't want to tell our residents, we can't repair your sidewalks because this particular community, we have some members that wrote to me. They use their community to walk and exercise, but they have raised sidewalks that are concerned.
With the proposed increase in the millage rate that was proposed by Commissioner Smith, that was including an additional 1.5 million going to that streets fund that will allow the same level of funding for the sidewalks.
Okay.
Because we had removed about 500 from there, so we can transfer that 500 back. So they'll be back at the 700,000 to 800,000.
So which neighborhood, Commissioner? Is that Piedmont Lakes?
No, it wasn't Piedmont Lakes.
Ponza Wicava?
No, it wasn't. And just give me a moment, and I apologize
Uh,
because I only copied, and I think
It's-
it's the one off Binion Road, front of the hospital. Not Binion. Give me a moment because I have the. I don't know why I didn't print out the whole thing.
That's fine. I mean,
Yeah,
that doesn't matter.
he had sent some photos, and then when Mr. Deodat responded that way, I was like, so what do we tell the residents? So that was a concern. Um, I'm gonna go back to some minutes that from June 5th, where I had some questions regarding at the time with the DEI committee, that we realized that we did not have the participation or we were not working as the DEI. And then we had a discussion that there was a concession to have together as one.
Yes.
And when I had questioned it, you had said there would be a presentation at the next council meeting. And so I'm still kind of trying to figure
Okay.
out who is together as one.
Well, we're the only one I think that sent in somebody to be put on the committee was Commissioner Smith. I don't think anybody else has given me a name. So I'm waiting on some names. So if everybody will give me names they want to put on the committee.
But do we have a mission for that?
Well, I mean, I was going to have them do. If you want to set the mission, we as the council can set it. I was going to have the committee do it, but whatever you'd like.
Okay. I didn't realize that we were all
Yeah.
submitting somebody's name.
Well, didn't we already submit people?
Yeah. Well, the DEI, the person that I had submitted, felt that it was not working as she had intended, and she was not interested in participating. So I would have to pick someone else.
Well,
And the same with mine. That's why I submitted another name.
my person never wanted to not be on that, so that's why I didn't submit a new name. Didn't need one.
Okay. All right. So I mean, how big is this committee is going to be? I mean, before it was 11.
Is it
Seven?
11? 7?
I don't know.
It was 7.
7.
Yeah, you had 3. We had 1 each.
Okay, so it was 3. Okay. All right. I didn't know that, so that gives me an opportunity to submit my name. Okay. Okay. And just I know that Commissioner Smith did this when he opened up the meeting. He did have a prayer, a moment of silence. So I want to extend my condolences to Lake County Sheriff's Department on the passing of Master Deputy Bradley Link, and of course the other 2 deputies, which is Deputy Stefano Gargona and Deputy Harold Howell. All 3 were ambushed last week. It's a sad and tragic incident, but just wanted to make mention to them that we are thinking of them. And that was pretty much it for me. And I thank you.
Commissioner Smith.
All right. The same thing. Our sympathy goes out to the family of John Rickerson continually. He would definitely be missed in this community for his services and his commitment to this community. And of course, as Commissioner Velasquez said, and as I did at the very beginning, for our first responders in Lake County, our sympathy and our prayers go out to those families as well. And I too, like Commissioner Velasquez said earlier in reference to Emerson Park, if the attorney can come up with what is legal for us to do, if there's a way for us to assist them in their transition or the private roads, the public roads, or just some recommendation as to if they're going to remain private, as to what avenues they have available that they can get that done. That's all I have.
Mr. Nesta?
Yes, if I can, Mr. Sherman, real quick, a couple questions for you real quickly, please. Thank you, ma'am. We're just going to ask and request again, I know I did it at the RFP Selection Committee meeting, if we can have that video posted on YouTube for all residents to look at.
I will find out and get an update to you.
Okay, perfect. And then if you can, can you give us a list of who was on the selection committee and then what that timeline looks like?
I know we're still under the cone of silence right now. So I'm not sure, can I voice the committee members at this time? And we're still under the cone of silence?
It was a public meeting.
I know, but we're still under the cone of silence. So I want to know.
Whether you can do what?
Inform the public of who was on the evaluation committee, even though we are still considered to be under the cone of silence.
I think the answer is yes, but let me be sure before you do it. I'll make sure I get you an answer by in the morning.
May I get an answer from you?
That's fine.
I know, I understand. It's,
Okay, thank you.
you're welcome.
And then my last one is obviously in reference to the public comment being changed without following resolutions or anything that's been voted upon before. So, I mean, that's just shameful what's happened and the fact that it was changed before. And Attorney Shepard, what's changing something without following resolutions, things like that?
Right. This is what I'm going to discuss in my report, but to get ahead of the ball a little bit, I think there's a lot of things in which we can all do better. And so if you want me to go into that now, I'm happy to, but the resolution itself gives you as the council the ability to make changes based on what council prefers. That's why you did a motion and then there was a vote.
But it was changed before any motion had ever been made.
I'm sorry.
It was changed before any motion.
You're talking about the minutes that I read from?
No, I'm talking about that this was already moved. This was always behind presentations.
Okay. I get that. All right. So and now I understand. So because the agenda was prepared as if it was going to be like this, that is, yes, that's probably not the best form to do that in because it anticipates a vote that hasn't even happened.
Correct.
Again, I don't formulate the agenda, but to your point, yeah, if something is going to be changed, even if it's changed on the fly, what should be in front of you is what the current is, not what the future might be, because we haven't had that take place.
Correct. Okay. Thank you. And then just to comment on what Mrs. Boylan had presented is that that she feels that decorum is a problem at city council and things like that. This middle seat is the one that controls our decorum, that controls how a meeting goes. So, Mr. Smith, same comment. I mean, you had said the same thing that and I get it. There's non-confrontational people that don't want to be a part of it. It's not my job. That is the center seat's job. It's your boss's job to take care of that. So to blame that on anybody else other than the center seat that's not following the resolution that's in front of us that I've supported, just follow this. It's just shameful that we have gotten to where we are. I mean, democracy is basically dead in Apopka at this point. We just don't care about the people's voices. I mean, it was a resounding. I did a poll online on Facebook, public comment and all that it shows. Nobody said they wanted it at the end. Every single person. I want to say there's across different posts, something like 60, 75, 80 comments, beginning. That's the voice of the people. So yes, they do still have the voice to come at the end, 4 hours later, 5 hours later, but the voice of the people who I work for wanted it in the beginning. And it's just sad to where we're at now. And I apologize to the public. I really am sorry where we're at.
All right. Jacob?
Yeah, as has been mentioned, this last week with the Forensic Audit RFP Selection Committee met. They were able to review and rate the submissions, the RFP submissions, ready with a recommendation, and that will be coming forward August 21st. So expect that on the agenda. And then, yeah, that cone of silence will be lifted at that point. Other than that, just reiterating what I said before, I don't blame any one individual when it comes to the decorum. I have never done business in Florida before. If this is how you do business, okay, I just got to change my expectations. But I expect it to be a civil, professional, and I think it needs to work on both sides. I don't like the us versus them. We are all one, working together. The citizens elected you to be their voice. You are speaking your voice of the ones that you represent. It's my responsibility to be as unbiased as possible. I just want to get the business taken care of, and I want the people that are involved with that business to be able to come forward and present it without fear. That's all I have to say.
All right. Cliff, on that note, So earlier today, I sent you all your resolution going all the way back to 2016. And I did that with an expectation that you might get a chance to read it, may not today, but certainly in the near future. And, you know, you don't have to be a rocket scientist to observe that things have not gotten as good as they could be, is a way to put it, I guess, to try to keep from offending folks. Things have been allowed to happen. There's been profanities from the podium. There have been name calling. There's cat calling from the audience during your attempt to hear matters. And this is one of those times where I actually agree with the sentiment. It takes a village. If you guys want a better decorum, you need to work together to achieve it. That's my opinion. And I recognize 100% I'm outside of my boundaries. I am a lawyer. I'm not an etiquette professor. I don't do mismanners, but I recognize things that I think are counterproductive. In that regard, I am suggesting that you might want to consider a couple of different things and have a discussion. And you can actually consider those things at a workshop if you choose. One of those things would be to have someone come in, and I don't have anybody in mind. I'd have to do research, and perhaps Jacob would help. Find someone who could come in and kind of coach how to handle an effective meeting, compliant with sunshine, compliant with all that stuff, but also allow the meeting to be conducted in a way that is a little bit higher level than what we've been able to achieve recently. A second thing would be to simply sit around and look at the resolutions itself and discuss issues where there may be, I don't know, holes or lack of clarity, such as public comment will be after presentation, but when exactly after? That's an issue that has come up. And other things. I don't know if there are any other things that aren't clear, but what I am clear on, and it has been restated here, is that there is an opportunity to have a better outcome here. And the way that has got to happen, though, in my opinion, again, outside of my box, is that if, for example, if the mayor is going to take control of the meeting, he has to have the support of the others. It can't be a situation, well, as long as they're saying bad stuff about the mayor, it's okay. Because the same has to apply to each and one of you. So whether it's Ms. Anderson or Mr. Smith or Mr. Nesta or Ms. Velazquez, in the regard of enforcing this policy, which is your policy as a group, you have to be on the same page and do it. And you have to do it on a regular basis. And so that's my opinion. I'm otherwise going to shut up on my opinion. But if you want to have a workshop and get somebody to facilitate it, not me, who can tell you some things that you might do as a group to have better meetings and have maybe better participation from the public at a higher level, that doesn't stop people from telling you, frankly, how they feel, but it may help get the tenor of the discussion at a little bit higher level than it's been recently. So that's my input.
Okay. Mm-hmm. All right. Let's see. Mayor's report got quite a few things here. We will put out starting Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. We're going to put out a big social media blitz. You know, school starts on Monday, so make sure that everybody's looking out for kids in the crosswalks. We were hoping to get I don't know, is Richard, nobody from Public Services. Anyway, we're hoping to get all of the crosswalks upgraded before school started. I mean, but they're just so far behind on the striping. Yeah. So anyway, we were hoping to get that done. It might still get done before the end of the week, but wouldn't count it. So anyway, just let everybody know it's coming, and be sure that you let everybody know in your social media world that be careful for students. Next up, the comprehensive plan rewrite joint meeting with the council and our planning commission will be on September 10th, 3 p.m. here in the chamber. Next up, the budget hearings will be September 4th, 5:15 p.m. and September 18th at 6 p.m. If you have any thoughts on balancing the budget, get with Jacob. I know there are 3,400 line items in the budget, so please go through all 3,400. And if you see something that we can shed, now is a great time to find something that we can reduce or eliminate.
I'm sorry, can you the comp plan workshop is
Okay, that's
September 10th at what time?
3 p.m.
Okay, and the other one you said
Budget hearings September 4th and 18th.
and
Okay,
that's
the
at what
4th is
time?
at 5:15. The September 18th is at 6 p.m.
Okay, September 16th
Yes.
is 6 p.m. You said?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. And we've been stated numerous times here about John Ricketson and the family, and also the Lake County officer. You know, our hearts and prayers go out to those families. We're out there meeting. I know Stephen brought it up, bringing out some of we've been to some of the schools, a lot of the schools this week, trying to get them motivated on the flag competition, the seal competition, youth council, water quality education. So we're out there hustling, trying to get the schools more involved. We definitely need a much bigger Apopka Youth Council if we can help it. So we're trying to get those while they're still in just the teachers at school. So it's been pretty productive this week. Had a good meeting with school board member Melissa Bird out at the Gillum Center, talking about the certification program through their Orange Tech, and so we're trying to formulate a plan. The problem that we hadn't anticipated, or I sure hadn't, is that there's a difference between training facilities and certification facilities. And for us to get to the level where we can certify a student to be a firefighter, it's about $1 million in improvements. I mean, there's all kinds of things we had to improve at the facility. We have the right facility for training, just not the right facility for certification. So what we're going to ask our legislative delegation for some help to fund that certification. So what they're looking at is having a certification program right at the Gillum Center. We'll teach the class. We'll have students coming from Apopka, Wekiva, and Ocoee. And so we're really excited about trying to put together with OCPS and their Orange Tech school. So anyway, we're trying to put together what, the question is, do they start without a facility that meets that certification need or not? So, that's still, it's an OCPS's kind of, bailiwick now.
So is it any of the training that we will provide now would be credited towards the certification?
No. Well, I have to have somebody come back and give you I don't want to speak out of turn, but I think to get the certification, we don't have the facilities to get you there. Now, one of the problems is you have to be 18 you can't do the smoke rooms until you're 18. So what you have to do is you get them right up to their 18th birthday, and then you hand them off. Then you can go back and do the training, the smoke training, and it might be one other thing that they can't do under 18. So there's some logistics that we're trying to work through with our fire department and with OCPS, and so we had the OCPS's attorney there. Oh, Will, come on. So, but anyway, some of the things that were the differences. Can you just?
Correct, Mayor. I think you
I'm
hit
sorry,
it
didn't
perfectly
see
as far as we met with Orange County Public Schools, and we were looking at the differences as far as between certification and training facilities. We meet all the requirements as a state-approved training facility, but for OCPS and doing a program with the high schools as far as for fire standards, age was a big factor as far as they have to be at the age of 18 and when do they graduate out of school. And that's where the Orange Tech component comes in, and possibly looking at another component within another educational facility such as Valencia, Seminole State. They were looking at some of the colleges of putting that together and expanding past their high school.
So anyway, we're going to work on trying to get some money for sure from Tallahassee. So anyway, that's just so you know. Interesting, just for informational purposes, we had about a 2.5-inch rain event, Saturday through yesterday, and Lake Hammer and Clear Lake were up about 0.8 feet. So whatever that tells you, I think I thought was interesting information. Beth Bruzel from Channel 13 will be our MC for the Hispanic Heritage Celebration. So we're excited to have her here in Apopka on the 28th here at Kitland Nelson Park, 4 p.m. To 8 p.m. So put it on your calendars. And then last but not least, we have early voting started Monday, August 5th. and will continue through Sunday, August 18th here at our community center on Central, and it will be from 9 a.m. to 7 p.m. daily. So 519, for those that don't know where the community center is, it's 519th South Central. And so with that,